Alright, welcome to the very first episode, or installment of EthanThatOneKid's Codecast. That's all I got. Just kidding. So, this is the very first episode of a project that I am, experimenting with today, that I'm calling Codecast for the time being. So the name is a work in progress, as you can see, and in today's episode I will be experimenting with Sapper Svelte, GitHub Pages, and Socket.io in an experiment project that I'm going to be calling Code Trade. So I'm going to explain real quick or not real quick, I'm going to explain this real freaking slowly, what I'm freaking doing right now, because I don't even know, and we're gonna find out, I guess. So let's do the series rundown. So I'm not sure if Codecast is gonna be the official title of this series. As I said, the name is a work in progress. I am new to this art form, so I may talk sort of funny. I'm not really used to talking or recording my voice, so that's where that comes from. This episode is not being live streamed, but future installments may. So I decided not to live stream my first episode or following episodes if I'm continuing, because I don't feel like I have the power. I'm not ready yet. I'm just doing this little test run, recording it off stream, because I wanted to just experiment and see how comfortable I am and see how it feels to be making this sort of podcast sort of thing. So back to the I'm new to this art form, so I may talk sort of funny type of thing. This art form, I'm basically trying to make a podcast sort of setup, but with a visual aspect to it, so viewers can watch and follow along what I'm doing, but I will at the same time try to mind the listeners. If anybody may be listening, I'm going to try to explain everything that I'm doing on my computer as clearly as possible as I can, because obviously that takes a lot of practice to be able to do. So I'm going to try my best for the sake of the audio listeners. But this is supposed to be a sort of podcast with video if you want to be watching the video that I'm voicing over right now. So this is supposed to be a chill type of video, not a tutorial, so just hang out with me and let's code together. So I'm just using this time for like experimenting purposes. This is what I would be doing anyways, but without recording, but I just decided to record to see if this would be entertaining in any way possible. So hiccup, because it's a chill type of video, hiccups and detours are expected. So expect hiccups and detours, expect me to be reading some documentation here and there, expect me to be finding some bugs that I'm gonna have to debug, all that kind of stuff. So hydration breaks and news read-offs will occur every 30 minutes, which will be my breaks. So as you can see, I don't have a timer set up yet right now, but I will shortly have a timer set up. I'm going to explain right now that I am indeed a fan of speedrunning, so I do have splits set up, and I'll show you right now. Here they are. So here's episode 1 of Codecast, and I have these this list of splits set up. So if you are not familiar with speedrunning, you may not think, or you may not recognize this timer at the top. Basically, this is called splits, and speedrunners use it when they're speedrunning or use this sort of software when they're speedrunning to time different segments of their speedrun so that they can optimize every little part. And I thought it would be interesting to implement that sort of thing in a video in this sort of podcast setting because I thought it would be cool to have the timestamps of the different things and to be able to see how long it's taking and to be able to see how much time took place between the different segments of our video. So during the breaks that I'm going to be doing every 30 minutes, I will pause the timer and I will split the timer every time I complete one of the segments. And even though it's being timed, I don't really expect to be I'm not going for speed in this experiment today. There's no aspect of speed running that I'm trying to accomplish. I just have the timer up for curiosity reasons. It's just a test anyways. Also, if you notice, I have some icons on the splits, and that's due to, I don't know, I just thought it would be cool to have the icons. I got a whole freaking pack of these icons from a Chrome extension repository for VS Code, and they were all in SVGs, but this split software only takes PNGs, so I went and I just hacked together a quick Node.js script and converted them all from SVGs to PNGs, and that took about 1.5 seconds per conversion, and altogether it took about, I guess, like 20 minutes or so. So yeah, that was kind of fun. So I will start the experiment real soon. Oh, I should explain my experiment if I haven't already. So the experiment that I will be doing is seeing if socket.io or WebSockets will be, if they're possible to work on GitHub pages. Let me take my hoodie off really quick. It's getting hot in the room I'm in right now. And the way that I'm doing this, I just thought I should do something creative since I'm experimenting with this anyways. There's a concept in the main series Pokemon games called Wonder Trading, or in the recent main series Pokemon games called Wonder Trading, where you put up a garbage Pokemon that you don't want anymore up for trade, and another person across the world does the same thing, and the online matches you up, and then you get to trade with that person their garbage Pokemon for your garbage Pokemon. So there's that. So basically I wanted to implement that sort of wonder trading idea into a web app because I felt like it would go well with sockets, and so instead of Pokemon that we're trading, we're gonna be trading like friend codes for, let's just say, like Pokemon Go, Epic Games, your Epic Games ID, your Pokemon Go friend code, your Nintendo Switch friend code. In case you want to have a new friend, you could just instantly trade friend codes with somebody, and I thought that would be kind of a cool thing to do. So in this, and with this project, if it turns out well, I will be executing a sort of iterative development cycle where I will, in this episode, try to make a fully complete project, and I will just, and then in future episodes I will touch up on it and add new features. So, in the news, I'll do news number 1 first before I start. What am I drinking? I am drinking a freaking Coke, a can of Coke. It's ice freaking cold because I had it in my fridge, and it's freaking good because I love Coke. That's good. Alright, so I think I'll get started now. If you haven't noticed, this is my personal website that I've had up in the corner of the screen hiding. I changed it recently. It's currently under development, but here's a prototype of what it's been like recently, or what it's up to right now, sort of. I have some improvements, but anyways, let's go to my about, because I'm going to actually, I'm going to start my, okay, we're going to start the timer. And the first segment of our Codecast today is to clone the Sapper template, because as you can see, we're experimenting with Sapper's Svelte, GitHub pages, and socket.io. So I've created a template on GitHub where you can clone the template and make it your own repository, and it includes a TypeScript capable Sapper and Svelte starter project, and it is compatible with GitHub pages out of the box, which means that you can deploy it to GitHub immediately. And we will be implementing socket.io today. So I will start the timer. I should also mention before I start the timer that I have two keyboards set up. I have one keyboard for keyboarding, for coding. It's a split down the middle keyboard. It's a Kinesis Freestyle 2 keyboard, split down the middle, and in between the keyboards I have my mic set up. And I have a secondary keyboard behind me that is being used for the splits. And so here we go. Split started, or the run has started. So let's go to my about page, go to my GitHub profile. Let's go find the Sapper template. Did I? Oh, there. Oh no, that's not it. Did I pass it already? There it is. Let's full screen this. Let's use this template, and like I said before, this project is going to be called Code Trade. This isn't a tutorial, so all of this we're just hanging out. This is all coming off the top of my head. We're just coding together. So the description. Let's call it an implementation of Wonder Trade for friend codes, and I will create the repository. So I'm counting this segment to be I will split this segment when I clone it locally, when I clone the repository locally. As you can see, it says that there's potential security vulnerabilities, but I'm not going to worry about that right now because I'm not really putting this project in production, and if there are any vulnerabilities, they're probably not really that sketch. Like, there's actually only one security. We could just check it out, and it's a problem with serialized JavaScript, so that's only a moderate severity. I'll figure it out later. We don't need to worry about that right now. So I'm going to clone, and I'm going to open it in GitHub Desktop, because in my environment I have GitHub Desktop installed on my computer locally. So I'm going to clone it and split. So this is what it looks like when you are opening GitHub Desktop and you're cloning something, or when you open GitHub Desktop from github.com as you clone something. So you just click clone on your GitHub Desktop, and so now I technically have it on my computer. It did all of that command line stuff that you might be used to doing. So I'm going to Control Shift. Oh, I forgot to split. Here, I'm going to split. Bop, because I finished cloning. So Control Shift A, because now I have to follow the getting started instructions. Where are the getting started instructions? Here they are. So getting started instructions: install system prerequisites, install Git. So I obviously already have Git because I have GitHub Desktop installed in it. That comes with Git. And install Node. And Node is the JavaScript runtime. that everybody uses. Actually, just a few days ago, Dino 1.0 was officially released, and that's supposed to be the successor to Node. But more on that later. I put that as a news story, but I'm actually pretty excited about it. If I do any more Codecasts in the future, I will definitely be touching on Node. I mean, not Node, sorry, Dino. Actually, I should also mention that Dino is an anagram of Node. Node is spelled N-O-D-E, and Dino is spelled with the same letters in alphabetical order, I think. Yeah, it is. Okay. Oh, and if you can see, I do have a text file with the splits, the split commands set up. So if I press a 7 on my secondary keyboard, it will split my my section. If I press 0, it'll reset it. I can undo a split by pressing 8, or skipping one by pressing 9, or I could pause the timer by pressing 4, which I will do at the 30-minute mark. I also have some notes set up for when I need to read some notes when I'm developing, because I did some research beforehand. That's pretty much all I gotta say on that for the text files that I have open in Notepad. And you can actually find those text files if you're following along on my GitHub /Codecasts. You could go here and you can find the intro and the notes and the plan and the file for the splits for live split as well. So anyways, let's see here. What were we doing? Oh yeah, we were following along the getting started. So number 1, use this GitHub repository as a template, follow this link. So this link leads to the template generator that we already did. And then once we create the template, which we did, we clone it to our desktop, which I already did, and I did not need to use this command line code because I did it visually with the UI on GitHub. So number 3, this is where we can actually start. Install the project dependencies, but now that you have the package.json file, you may edit the details custom to your project as like the name and various others. So here we go. Let's go here to GitHub Desktop, and to open this project in Visual Studio Code, Control-Shift-A. So welcome to Visual Studio Code and our package.json. So this isn't Sapper template anymore. This is going to be code trade now. Code trade. And I'll copy and paste the description from the GitHub that I just made, from the GitHub repository. Bada bop boom pow. Alright, so I'll commit these changes real quick and to the package.json. Alright, number 3. So install the project dependencies by changing directories to the project and installing. So I'm already in the project directory. In Visual Studio Code, to open up the terminal, Control tilde. So here's my terminal. I'm already in the project, and all I have to do is npm install to install the project dependencies that are listed in the package.json here and here under dependencies and dev dependencies. So this usually takes a few seconds, and what it does is it generates a node modules directory that is ignored by GitHub because it's a whole bunch of dependencies that are ugly that you do not want on your GitHub profile, because they take up a lot of unnecessary space, and your package manager is supposed to deal with it anyways. I said this isn't a tutorial, but I'm talking like it is one for some reason. Just I don't know more than you. I'm just saying we all know the same amount, or if I do happen to know more, you'll get there just as fast as I did, or if you know more than me, I could probably get there eventually too. We're all on a level playing field. We're all just as capable as each other. It's all happy, friendly, whatever. Anyways, that was silly. So step 4, spin up a development server and get to coding. So let's spin up the development server. This is the last step in the getting started instructions, so I'll split soon. Firstly, rename the sample.env file to just env and fill it out with your own respective secrets. So here's the sample.env in Visual Studio Code. I'm not going to rename it because I might want to keep the sample.env here for reference, so I'll copy the file and paste it and rename the copied file to .env. GitHub username attached to your GitHub account. This is obviously EthanThatOneKid. That's usually how I like to put my screen name on everything on the internet. That's what my Pokemon Go username is. That's what my Epic Games username is. Anyways, my full name is Ethan Davidson. That is not a secret because it is my website URL, EthanDavidson.com, so that's not a secret. My personal email is not a secret because I use it for business inquiries, which is ethan.r.davidson@gmail.com. And the name of this repository is obviously not a secret. It is Code Trade. And since this is a .env file, it is in my gitignore as an ignored file. So this file right here will not be pushed up to GitHub, for example. So that's kind of cool and special. Okay, so I did finish the last step in the getting started instructions was to spin up the development server by running npm run deb, if I remember. Yeah, right here. It says so in the package.json. npm run deb will run the development script. So npm run dev and press enter. And I believe since I'm using Sapper, it created a Sapper directory in my project folder, and this is the compiled work or the compiled code that it's running on the development server. So listening on localhost port 3000. So I'm gonna follow this link. It opened and it says not found, and I know precisely why it's not found. If we go back to step 4, it says your development server should be accessible from localhost port 3000 / project name. So the reason why we have the project name required here is because on GitHub pages you always have the name of the repository or the name of the project at the end of the URL. So as you can see, the development server is up and running, and the most amazing thing that I think is so cool, well, obviously here's some JavaScript that's working, some interactability counter, whatever, toy, it's a toy. Here's a static page, and here is the blog. And here's the coolest thing about Sapper Svelte, in my opinion, is that it really mixes or helps mix the front end and the back end into one seamless project, and it's really freaking cool because it's allowing me to use an actual like API. Like I made my own back-end API that has posts and blog posts, and it's being served on github.com, or it potentially will be served on github.com. See, this is an experiment, so we're going to see if this actually works, but it should be able to serve, and these are all being hosted or like served as an API. and I'll show you why, cause I believe if I put .json, look, I put .json at the end of this, at the end of the URL, and it gave me the API response, JSON response. That's freaking cool, dude. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say. Okay, so I followed the getting started instructions. I will split right now. Alright. Deploy the site to verify that it works. That's something good. I'll do that. That's the next step. So I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna close the development server for now and close it right here, and CLS to clear the terminal. And so deploy the site. So as you can see, I have a deploy keyword. I mean a deploy script in this template already, because I made this template. If I haven't said it already, I did make this template. I'm not sure if anybody heard, but I did make this template, and it's freaking cool because it has integration with GitHub pages out of the box, and I'll show you freaking how. I'll show you how. Watch, if I just do npm run deploy, it should just immediately make a GitHub page. It should, and I'll show you how. So it runs script / deploy.js. So if we go to scripts, deploy.js, you can see that I'm utilizing the GitHub pages npm package. I'm using all this crap. I'm using my env file like I filled out earlier so that I could deploy it. Everything's working. So the project was built first, because I first do a build, and then after I build it, I publish the branch as a GitHub pages branch. So project code trade has been deployed to github.io. So let's follow this link to see if it works. I'll just copy it and paste it into here. So this should be exactly what came up in the development server. So this is actually being hosted on github.com right now. That's how quick it happened. The JavaScript works, the static page works, and finally, let's see if the blog worked. Wow, it's working. Let's put a .json at the end of it to see if it. Yep, the API actually works. So we have officially accomplished making okay, so deploy the site to verify that it works. It does work. I'm gonna split right now. Alright, so it does work. It's freaking cool. So we are officially hosting an API, or like an actual dynamic API. It's not even static. It's a dynamic API on GitHub right now. It's that easy. Like, you can do it. There's no excuses. But what we're gonna try to do today is implement WebSockets. In theory it should work, but I'm still just gonna try and see if it works for fun, just for fun, to get it to work. Alright, in a simple manner, because this is a relatively simple project. So okay, now that we're done with this, I'm just gonna close this because we don't need it right now. And we're gonna clear out the demo files. So before I clear out the demo files, I'm gonna clear the screen, and I'm going to spin up the development server by doing npm run dev in the Visual Studio Code terminal. Alright, so let's wait for that to spin up. Let's close these files, the .env and the deploy.js file. So let's see if the development server is still working. Got to put / the project name, which is code trade. So this is working, and let's get rid of. We're going to get rid of the about page. We're going to get rid of this nav bar completely, because this is going to be a single page application. We don't even need any tabs. And we're going to get rid of the blog, but I'm going to keep one of the files from the blog there for reference. and I'm going to get rid of everything on the home page except for a header element, just to make sure everything's working as intended. So let's first start in the routes, and the routes are the pages of the website. So index.svelte is the home page. In the home page we've got, I'm just going to clear out all of this markup. I'm going to clear out all of the CSS because I do not want any CSS right now. I do not want the counter because the counter is just a toy to help you figure out Svelte if you're starting Svelte for the first time. I'm going to change the document title to code trade, and I'm going to change the header to code trade. And let's see, changed, rebuilding, and the client is back up, and as you can see it's working as intended. There's only one H1 element on the page right now, and it's the code trade one that I just put up or just edited. I can completely delete the about.svelte file. When I go to it, it'll just say 404 not found. Let's go back. So go to layout. So layout has the nav bar. So I'm gonna remove the nav bar. I'm gonna remove all the styling, all the CSS, and I'm going to remove the nav bar from that. So that's the layout. In the blog, I just want to keep this index.json.ts file for a moment, and I'm going to keep this posts.ts file too. So I'm going to delete this. I'm going to delete this one as well, and I will delete this as well. If you've noticed, if you've never used Svelte before, every file that says .svelte or has the extension .svelte is actually a page in the app, and Sapper Svelte is a view, and Sapper Svelte basically, it reads your file form or your file architecture and reads it into, or turns it into your web app. So if you noticed, I had index.svelte, and that's my home page. I had the blog folder with an index.svelte, which is just what happens when you go to the website /blog. I had the about.svelte, and that is just when you go to the website /about. So everything with a .svelte extension is a page, and everything with .ts should be an API or a backend sort of endpoint. So if you can see here, we've got index.json.ts. So I'll prove this to you by going to our website, the local server, code trade, so localhost port 3000 /code trade it was blog. So when I go to /blog, it will be 404 because I deleted the index.svelte in the blog directory. But if I put .json at the end of it, it should give me all the posts because I still have the index.json.ts file, and it did. So here's all the posts, the title and the slug, and it's in this file right here. So easily I can put my own JSON file here. I'll just do a hello world to prove that it works. Hello world, and I'm going to remove this import for the static posts folder or the static posts directory, and I'm going to put I don't need this posts.ts file anymore, so I'm going to delete the file. That should be good. In the error.svelte file, I'm going to remove the styling, the CSS. So everything should be working, everything should be up to date. So the hello world is working, everything's working perfectly as intended. Alright, that's pretty good. So I cleared out my demo files. That should be good. Now I'm going to split. Alright, so create the simple front-end UI. So what we're doing is, or also I should delete these components, the nav.svelte component and the counter.svelte component. So actually I take it back about all the pages being .svelte files, because a .svelte file can actually also represent a component which has properties and children and all that kind of stuff, just like React or any other framework. So that's how you can use component or make your own custom components. Alright, so in the home page, what we're going to want to do is not exactly certain yet. So let's think about this. We need to have an input container for when you want to trade your friend code. So you need a place to type your friend code in. So we can do that by making a form. And this is probably where my notes will come in handy. I'm gonna pull out my notes really quick that I made before this. Let's check out the Svelte documentation. Alright, so I went to svelte.dev/docs, and let's find out where we can use a form, I guess, where you put something like what's it called when you want to defer the form? Default, something default. Oh my god, what is it called? Prevent default, here it is. And also Svelte has a cool little it's sort of like Vue.js. It has a little type of a special, what would you call this, event handler for the elements. It's pretty cool. I like it. It reminds me of Vue a lot. I feel like Svelte takes the best of both worlds of Vue and React and just its own special sauce. I don't know, I just really like Svelte, especially working with Sapper at the same time. So I'm going to paste this code in with the form, and the form should be the submit events default. So I'm going to put an input, and it's usually already typed text, but I'm going to put, I'm going to bind it to friend code. If that's possible. Is that possible? Form can when you bind, what does that do? Basically what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to create a, I'm going to say something like $ friend code is colon parenthesis, I mean not parenthesis, double quote, semicolon. And let's see if this did what I wanted it to do. Friend code is not defined. Did I make a mistake? I should put the $ here. Friend code is not defined. Maybe I should just do what I know exactly how to do, because I saw weird syntax with Svelte before. So I'm gonna type friend code, and the default is just going to be an empty string, and I'm gonna bind it with friend code. Let's see if that works. Handle submit is not defined, so when I do const handle submit, I'm going to have an event as my argument or parameter. And for now, I'll just console.log the submission because I just want to see what the event does. Here we go. And I'll also put the friend code. Bind. I hope bind just works the way I want it to. Parameter event. It's not an error. That's fine. So let's go here. We have the okay. I also need to put a button for trading. So button, and this is going to be, or I should call it input type equals button with a value of trade, because this is the button where you trade. Alright, so let's see if this works. So here we go, and I'm going to open up the development server, the development tools. So app has mounted, and when I press trade, nothing happens. When I press trade, nothing happens. Should I call this something? I don't think it's type equals button. It should be type equals like whatever will make the form activate. So should it be submit? Type submit. Let's see if this changes anything. Blah blah SSS trade. Okay, it worked. That's cool. So the submit event, there's nothing useful in the event, but it's just the fact that we press trade. So I should also put a variable let trading equal true, or false, when you first start, and when you start trading equals true, and then when you're done trading, whenever this happens, handle trade submit. I'll rename the handler to handle trade submit. So the bind did not work here, so I'm going to go see why the value did not update. The variable for the friend code didn't update, so I'm gonna Control F in the svelte.dev/docs document. I'm gonna say oh, actually we've reached the 30-minute mark. I've completely forgotten. I need to pause and take a breather and read off some news, but first I'm going to Control F the bind thing, I think, whatever it's called, bind property. Oh, bind : value. That's what we gotta do. Let's see if let's get this to work really quick. Bind : how could I have forgotten that you need the property name? Okay, rebuilding. Okay, let's go. A, B, C, D. Trade. Yeah, friend code works. Okay, so I'm going to pause. What was pause again? Pause was number 4. So I'm gonna go here and press number 4. So we're paused. We're all good. We're 30 minutes in. Let's go to the title page, the intro. Alright, I'm gonna take a sip of my Coke. Whew, I don't think I've ever talked that much before in my life non-stop. I'm trying my best not to have any dead air. I'm gonna be constantly talking, which is going to be a lot harder than I anticipated. Watching all the other live streamers just talking constantly, I never anticipated that just talking non-stop was such a challenge. and being so alert at all times with their chat was such a challenge, and just talking while they're doing stuff is such a challenge. And here I am just still talking and going on and on and on. It's a challenge. I'm gonna take a sip of my Coke though. That's good. Whew, we're 30 minutes in. In the news, so Dino 1.1.1 was released a few days ago. So I wrote a blog post about this on my personal website, because I'm not trying to say I'm cool or anything, but I've been keeping an eye on Dino for quite some time, for several months. See, talking this long for so long makes me slur my words, man. So I've been keeping my eye on Dino for a few months, and for some reason, the moment that it turned 1.0.0, when they released their version 1, version 1 build of Dino a few days ago, which happened to be, let me check my blog post, EthanThatOneKid.com/blog. Oh, what is that? That is not it. EthanDavidson.com. Go to the blog. Okay, here it is. Tomorrow, May 13th, 2020. Okay, so it was on May 13th, and today is the 20th. So it was about a week ago. Alright. Basically, so about a week ago, Dino 1.0.0 was released. It's pretty freaking cool. It's basically the new Node, or people are trying to get it to be the new Node. There's a lot of problems with the Node JavaScript environment. If any of you guys who are listening are familiar with Node or have worked with Node, you know that there's several problems with the package. There's a lot of security vulnerabilities with the packages, because you could just npm install any package. You could think that it's no big deal, but in reality it could do anything to your system at all, anything it wants, and because it has access to the standard library file system and everything. It could get all the information it wants out of your system. It's obviously not a cool thing to do, but the fact that it's possible just kind of sucked. Like, upon install, it could run any script it wants. That's just kind of freaking lame. It could literally run any JavaScript file it wants as you install it. It really could. It really could. But Dino, whenever you run a JavaScript or TypeScript file, because Dino actually has TypeScript as a first class language, they call it first class, where it just immediately transpiles or compiles TypeScript code, which is pretty cool, because in Node you have to have a transpiler, and it just makes everything a mess. And I feel like with Node there's just this whole template and boilerplate culture where you have to have all these templates in order to get anything off the ground. You can't really build anything from scratch because everything's just so hard to configure. Everything's so complicated. There's so many things that you have to compile or configure, and in order to just to get an app or a project working the way you want it to, there's just so much configuration to do. And it's kind of ironic because I had to make this template, a GitHub repository for this Sapper app, for this Sapper Svelte project experimentation thing that I'm working on right now. And in my opinion, I feel like Dino is the cure to that sort of thing. Dino has so much cool stuff out from the box in their standard library. Their standard library is so freaking cool. They've got such clean modules that I've seen so far. They're they've got a version of, or they have their own version of um, Express. So in Node, Express is just the server that everybody, the server module that everybody uses to make a little server, spin up a server to make their WebSocket app, or to make their little file server app, or just whatever. Just everybody uses Express basically, and Dino has its own version called Oak, which is an anagram for another a server serving module called Koa, K-O-A. So basically what I'm trying to say is everything is modularized in TypeScript. There's no package.json anymore with all the projects, because all of the dependencies are inside the script files. They really are. All you have to type in your script file to have a whole project that would actually take like so many freaking projects or files of configuration in Node. You could just have like one file or a couple files, or one file with and it will have everything you need. Like, it's so minimalistic, it's so perfect, it's so beautiful. I'm a big fan. I've been watching this crap for several months. And it's kind of silly watching everybody hop on it. It's been interesting seeing a historical moment like this, an evolution of JavaScript, where everybody on YouTube, all of the YouTube, the YouTubers who do programming videos or tutorial videos, they all hopped on Dino the moment 1.0 came out. And it's kind of bizarre to me, because I don't understand why they waited for 1.0. This thing has been pretty much the same it's always been for a few months, or relatively. Obviously every version comes with some changes, some fixes, but the main idea and the whole philosophy behind it has been around for several months now, and I've been getting into it and looking at it, and I really want to do something using it soon, just to get the whole vibe with it. Anyways, I think my 30-minute mark break should be about done now. I'm gonna take a drink of my Coke. My God, this is difficult to be talking like this. Alright, I'm going to continue my split. I'm going to unpause it by pressing 4. Hopefully this will work. And I will get right back into creating the front-end UI. Alright, let's breathe for a second. Alright, I hope we all feel better now. I feel a little bit more chilled out now. It's really hot in here, but we'll get going. We'll continue. One more deep breath. Alright, let's continue. So, create the simple front-end UI. That's where we left off. So all we have right now is a header element, an input element, and a trade element. So let's see here. Where am I? Let's go here. So what do we need now? Honestly, I'm gonna be honest, that's pretty much it, except we need a paragraph element that has the received friend code. What should we call that? What variable name should we give that for when the person gives you trades you their friend code? Should we call that we could call that new friend code. No, that's a bad thing to do, to put new in front of a variable name. Man, my brain is really farting right now. let's see here. I'm going to call it received friend code. Received friend code. Is that how you spell received? With I after E? Yeah, I after E. Received friend code right there. I'm not gonna put spaces around the brackets. I don't have any linting happening right here. So let friend code equal that, and let received friend code equal blank, a blank string. So I believe the cool thing about Svelte is that everything just like how in Vue you kind of have to have this extra layer on top of your data manipulation and your rendering when you change your data and when you render it. They make it a little bit more clear, but I feel like Svelte takes that idea and makes it very slim, because I believe it's possible that if I change or if I update this variable, just the variable, in my script area, the received friend code variable, anywhere, it will automatically update in my markup. And I could test that by doing an on mount and set timeout, and the first thing is going to be the function, and I'm going to say received friend code equals test, 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 and after that I'm going to say let's say 2500. So this is going to be 2.5 seconds. So let's press save. Let's go back here. Let's wait 2.5 seconds. 1, 2. It actually updated. So you see how that works? 2.5 seconds on Svelte, it updated. If that's not freaking cool to you, how minimalistic that was, how it was like just pure JavaScript updating in the markup, I don't know what to tell you. That's actually freaking cool. So, anyways, let's see here. Anyways, what was I saying? What am I doing? Okay, so when I handle the submit, basically that's freaking cool. So I believe that I'm done with the front-end UI. I'm going to move on to integrating the WebSockets in the backend. So before I do anything, I'm going to commit all these changes. I forgot to commit when I finish clearing out the demo file, so I'm going to say, I'm going to title this commit cleared out the demo files and created the simple front-end UI. And I'm going to commit all of this. I guess I'll push all of it just to be safe. Oops, I forgot to save this file. Let's go and see if this, whatever. I'll commit it. So I'm done with creating the front end, and I will split. Alright, integrate WebSockets in the back end. So here's where my notes will definitely come into handy. So let's close these front end files. We don't need them right now. Let's think here. Let me get my notes out. So here's my notes. So I should close my development server, so that, or actually I don't need to close my development server. And I can actually parallel have two terminals running at the same time. So I'm going to npm install socket.io and socket.io-client. And this will give me my libraries that I need for WebSockets that I like. Or that I don't know why I chose socket.io. It's it seems like everybody uses socket.io. It has good documentation. Everybody freaking uses it. Sue me. So I'm going to paste that I'm going to make a commit because I uploaded or I downloaded these I installed these two socket packages. So socket.io, the npm package socket.io is supposed to be the backend, and socket.io -client is supposed to be the front end library for socket.io. Alright, so where's my notes again? Keep losing it. Alright. So the server API. So we're integrating the WebSockets into the backend, which is the server. I guess I can I'll open this in the background in case I need to refer to it, or Control F into it or anything. I'll just have that open in the background. Let's open my notes again. So import the dependency. Okay. So I need to go to server.js and import socket. So here's my server file, and I really do believe that this is all I need to do. I need to import socket from socket.io. So right here it says I have an error. Unexpected token. Note that you need rollup / plugin -json to import JSON files. What? What is that about? Okay, so I've never done this before. This is obviously a test, or I mean not a test. This is a what did I call this? An experiment. For some reason it's saying that I need the JSON plugin. That's ridiculous, because I believe that I already have the plugin. If I go to rollup.config.js, I have the JSON plugin right here. It works, right? Note that you need rollup plugin to import JSON files. But I'm not even importing a JSON file, so I suppose socket.io is trying to import a JSON file, obviously. Excuse me, I just sneezed. Let's see here. What am I doing? So from socket.io, unexpected token, note that you need rollup / plugin. Okay, I don't know why I'm reading it over and over again. That's not helping. But I don't really understand the glitch. Like, why do we have... Because I do have plugin installed. I have the correct plugin installed. That's really, really bizarre. Server failed. Like, the server just didn't... The server freaking errored. Like, I honestly don't even know what to do at this point. Maybe I should just... Well, I know exactly what to do. Obviously, I have to copy this and look for a GitHub issue. Whatever. So, apparently this has never happened before, I guess. Because I don't see it anywhere on Google. Obviously, this has happened before. Alright, I'll just copy this part. Common.js. I'm going to put socket.io in front of it to see if it works. Must include socket. That's what I want. Oh, must include socket.io is what I want. Okay, sharing React components. Let's see here, because obviously there's something about There's something here. Control F. Um. Socket.io uses a dumb, broken UMD build. Let's go to the socket.io. What? Busted UMD build? UMD. What is going on here? I don't understand. Dang, they really screwed the pooch on here. What are you supposed to do with socket? Here, let me see. Socket.io Svelte. Chatting with the blah 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 blah. Setting up. Building out the server, building out the client, blah blah blah. Lame. Got it. I'm doing the same thing with me, I guess. But they don't even show how they're importing socket.io. Like, they're not even showing it. That's so bizarre. I wonder why they're not. This person is a fraud. They didn't really do it because they don't have a GitHub post about it or a GitHub repository. They're a fraud. How to use post CSS with npm script. This is bizarre. What did they say about socket.io? They've got a busted UMG build. What does UMG stand for? Control F, UMG. Or it wasn't UMG, UMD. UMD Svelte. Output format. Maybe I should go into here, go into node modules, or not node modules here. Let's go to these node modules. Let's go find the socket.io. Let's find the package. This actually seems to be it. It has a problem because it's trying to load the package.json. Yeah, contributors, build dependencies, bundle dependencies, spec. Let's try to find if it says UM. That's it. No, there's no U. What am I trying to do? How do you get socket? What is this? Socket.io with rollup. When you do socket client, what's going on here? Import IO. Blah blah blah. Yikes. This is an opened issue. Whoa. So socket.io just sucks or something? Dang. So maybe I shouldn't be using socket.io. How do you use WebSockets in I guess I'm just gonna switch over. Sapper WebSocket chat. Are they using anything? Let's see here. Let's see what they're using. Are they, let's go to this repository's package.json. They are using WS. I guess that stands for WebSocket. Okay, so let's go to their routes, their index.html. Let's go to their script file they're using. So they have WS here already somehow. Where do they define WebSocket? I hit my knee. Do they define WebSocket anywhere? I don't know what that is. Okay, npmjs.com/ws. Web, blah 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 blah. Okay, so let's npm uninstall. npm uninstall socket.io socket.io-client. Let me get rid of this right here. Right here. Save. Let's see if the server and everything's up and running. Rebuilding. I guess it's okay. I didn't. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Whew. Okay. So WebSocket apparently is. So new WebSocket. Blah 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 blah. Let's see how it works. Let's see. Svelte with Sapper. Svelte with WS. WS. Sapper, how to use. So this WebSocket. This is a very old version of Svelte where they didn't even have the .svelte idea yet. They've got some core features available that they're up to, you know. The file system has changed a lot. I'll just like how they're using Polka now instead of Express. This has changed a lot. So I'm going to import WebSocket. I'm also going to install WebSocket. CLS npm install ws. I'm going to go here to my server.js. I'm going to import WebSocket. Cannot find module buffer util. Why do I need buffer util? Like, do I actually need that? Just because I have WebSocket? Why do I have so many problems? This is like actually annoying. CLS. Let's run the development server again, see what happens. It claims I have 68 problems. That's great. So obviously that doesn't work. See, it works. I'm confused. Default is import. Yeah. So it works. I don't know why it gave me that weird freaking error. WebSocket server is going to be okay. So let's go to my notes, because my notes can't be too far off from what the truth is. So let's go back to the repository. I know for a fact that Polka, because if we look at my notes that I took earlier, right here, get the server object from Polka. This is correct syntax. It does give me a it gives me a server variable right here. So if I get that, I have a server, and I can say const WebSocket server is equal to WebSocket dot what do they want me to say? It was WebSocket dot capital server Pascal case with the object server inside of it. So I have the WebSocket server. What do they want me to do with the WebSocket server? I may never know. Okay, it's very, very similar to. It's actually very similar to socket.io. So this isn't the end of the world just yet. Broadcast is equal to. This is actually not too bad. This is actually kind of cool. It's not as bad as I thought. Not using socket.io. This is quite similar. I guess socket.io has more of a friendly type of thing. I don't know, like lower barrier to entry for people that aren't using node modules. Okay, so I'm going to say WebSocket server, and I can also broadcast. So I'm going to copy this function right here, this broadcast function. I'm going to do it. I'm going to say, I'm going to call, it's going to be my little helper. I'm going to redo it. I'm going to say const broadcast equals details UUID version 4 timestamp. Oh, okay, that's cool. I'm gonna have const I'm gonna say meta equals so the ID can be the UUID v4 response, and the timestamp can be date.now. So I'm going to copy and paste the UUID version 4 function really quick as well, because I am silly, and I'll take the, I'm just using all sorts of freaking help today, I guess. Hopefully that works, right? That looks about right. Yeah, that looks about right to me. Yep, and broadcast. I'm gonna say bop. I'm gonna make this one line, because it looks like I can make it one line in a pretty way. Message history. Message history. Why do I want message history? Stringify the data into the JSON. So WebSocket server dot clients dot for each. So for every client, if client dot ready state is equal to WebSocket dot open, then client dot send the what would I call that? Because it's going to be stringified. So when I stringify it, that means that it is what's the word that I like to use for stringified JSON? What is that called? It starts with a C, I think. I'll just call it raw for now, I guess, because I can't think of it. I'll say const raw equals JSON dot stringify and I will have the details and the meta. Dot send the raw, and I'm saying it's raw because it's going to be just the raw string, and that seems to be the broadcast function that I need. Okay, and so now let's see how they used the connection. WebSocket.send. So this should be the socket, right? Let's see here. I'm going to say on connection, WebSocket.onConnection, WebSocket. I'm just going to rename this to socket, and I'll say I'll ping pong, I'll do it. Actually, not yet. I will do WebSocket.onClose broadcast. I'm going to put to do do something to get rid of them. So when I do this, or oops, that went a little too far. When I go to the socket, when the socket sends me a message, I'm gonna say when the socket says ping, I'm going to broadcast a pong. So it's gonna be like console. Actually, I'm going to say console.log pong, and I guess that's all I'll do for now. It says the server crashed. That's great. Class constructor. Oh, did it use new in here? On line 20, it did use new. I'm really silly for forgetting that. New. It's not too bad. Alright, server's up and running. Alright, I guess I've integrated it in the back end. I'll wire it up in a little bit. Or basically let's think here. What do I need to do? Socket.on trade. And I'm going to get some JSON data. I think maybe I should pause this and get back to it at a later date after this integrate WebSockets in the backend section is over. I'll say broadcast. I need to broadcast it to specific people, like the socket. Like I need to say socket.emit, right? Socket.emit, or socket. See, they have ping pong. I should look into. So this really caught me off guard. I did not really expect the socket.io not to work in rollup. So maybe I should go have a part 2 to this. And also my second 30-minute break has come up. So I'm going to get back to this actually, and I'll say console.log trade JSON. I'm going to leave the project exactly how I left it. In fact, I'm going to commit it right now, and I will show you the commit code. I'm going to say integrated WebSocket in back. And I'm going to leave it as it is right now. I'm going to commit it, and you can see that this is 4B, 8B, 8B5. And I'll push it. I'm going to leave it exactly how it is. The server's running, everything's running correctly. and I'm going to leave it paused right here. What's the pause button? Isn't it like 4 or something? Yeah, pause is 4. So it's pause. I'm going to get back to this video, or this is going to conclude the very first episode of uh, Codecast. Thank you for listening. It was kind of hectic, a roller coaster, kind of went off the rails at the end here. I'm gonna have to take some notes and get back to you about the WebSockets. We had a nice chill session. Seems pretty nice. I'll get right back to it. And I will come back in the next episode and talk about how I finished my second semester of college, and I'll get right back into it with some new notes about the WebSocket package and get this all to work, because this seems pretty promising compared to what happened with the socket.io. That was kind of that rocked me the wrong way a little bit. Alright, so thank you all for watching and listening. I've never really been good at goodbyes, but I'll send you off with a little animation from my website. Alright. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you guys in the next one. Hello everybody, I'm back for, I guess you could say, part 2 of this podcast, of this Codecast, I mean. In the last segment, I sort of said that I would make that, or that would complete the episode, but I've changed my mind and I think I will continue this as being the first episode. I'll just tack this on at the end of the last one to make things a little bit simpler. So in the last episode we kind of ended on a weird note. I discovered that socket.io was not really compatible with Svelte or Rollup or whatever that transpiles everything for the web. So we're going to be continuing. However, instead of using socket.io, I will just be using a module called WS, which just stands for WebSockets. So that should be fun. Now that it should work with Sapper Svelte, and hopefully it works with GitHub Pages too. So we left off on integrate WebSockets in the back end. So before we start, I already did the series rundown. I'm gonna redo what am I drinking. So right now I do have in front of me a double shot espresso, Starbucks double shot espresso with it's called the premium espresso beverage, and this is the 6.5 fluid ounce version, or the 192 milliliter version of the double shot Starbucks espresso. The flavor is espresso and cream, and in high school I used to drink this every single day, and my family buys these in bulk at Costco. So I'm gonna open it real quick because I'm thirsty already. And additionally, I have a glass of ice right next to me with a new can of Coca-Cola that has been unopened, and I'll open that and pour it in the ice to get that going, make it all icy fresh. Alright, that's good. So I will unpause the timer and go right back to where we started as soon as I open up Visual Studio Code by pressing Control-Shift-A. Here we are. This is just going to continue our really chill episode. We're just going to relax and take it real slow. I'm going to try my best to go a little bit easier on my voice in this episode. Last episode I couldn't, or in the last recording I couldn't really, last recording session I couldn't really stop talking because I don't really want any dead air, but it's kind of unavoidable. So I'll chill out and I'll be a little bit cooler right now. So as of right now, I guess I will start the timer for integrating WebSockets in the back end. Alright, we started. I'm going to take a sip of my Coke though. Okay. So, I'm going to check out my notes really quick. See what notes we got here. So, WebSocket for the client side. I found this, I located this little example right here that we could use for using the WebSocket module that I found in the client side of my Svelte application. So this is a good idea for the client side for abstracting the socket events into a writable store in a separate file. This is what this example pretty much does. I thought that was a good idea, and then subscribe the WebSocket store to a variable on the home page. So that's what this example right here will do, and I'll look at it in a moment after we get to the client side. So for the server side, I guess I found this little example and wire up the connection to the front end. So yeah, we're already in the middle of doing that, kind of. This is where we left off exactly. I didn't make any edits to it during my break. Okay. So to do something. So on the WebSocket server connection, we want a trade to be created. So integrate the WebSockets in the backend. So let's go look up the documentation for the WebSockets. Oh, I remember why I had that this link. It's because I needed to see an example of how to send data back to the socket, to a specific socket. So when I send the trade, when I get a trade request from the socket. Okay, so first, when the socket connects, I want the socket to emit, right? I want the socket to emit that it has been connected. So ping pong, I don't know about that. I believe the keyword should be emit, right? Emit string, and then so I'm going to make, so first it's a string, so I'm going to say emit connection, and then it's going to be the JSON string. So I'll just have it's just going to be anything, I guess. I'll have a JSON.stringify hello world really quick, I guess. And in JSON.stringify you gotta do null with 2 indentations. So when the WebSocket connects, I will create a connection emission, and then when I trade, I guess I will see if there are any other clients awaiting a trade partner? If not, see or await a trade partner. I don't need this little ping thing. I was just thinking I would test that out. So I think I'm pretty good with integrating the WebSockets in the back end. With this little list, this is kind of a rough sort of thing, a rough guess, I guess you could say. So I'll split here because I'm going to start working on the front end. So I'm going to kind of start wiring up the front end to the back end. I just officially split right here. Wire up the front end to the back end. So routes, index.svelte. So I'm gonna go take a look at that link that I copied, because or not that link. I'm gonna take a look at this client-side example link. I might take from this link more than I should be taking. This might be a little hard for you guys to watch, but here we go. So here's what the link looks like. It's a little live Svelte example, and this is a store. So I'm just gonna go and copy over some of the code and rewrite it so first I'm just going to go to what I'm going to do is I'm going to say new file, and I'm going to say stores, just in case I want to make any other stores. So I'm just going to make a stores directory, and then I'm going to say socket.js. So I'm making a socket store. This isn't what the other person did exactly, so I'm making my own little changes, of course. So copy, and I'm going to make a big comment with the code that they had. So let's see here. What they did in this JavaScript file, they imported the writable store from Svelte store. Makes sense, because that's basically what a writable store is in Svelte. It basically takes the effect of what I showed in the last episode, where when I did the test with the received friend code and how I tested it to say to change its value 2.5 seconds after or something. Basically, it's like this, but expanded a little bit to make it more customizable. So it's a way to delve into Svelte and make some more complicated sort of situations in Svelte. So I'm still recording. I was just checking to see if I was still recording. So that's what a store is. I know this isn't supposed to be a tutorial, but I thought I should give that little bit of context. So const socket is going to be a writable store, and for some reason you always have to give it a start value, and I'll give it an empty string for now. So const I guess I'll call this store. I'll call it a store for now, because I'm using the word socket for making the new WebSocket, and it's gonna be something like WSS colon. Let's take a look at at some example to see how we have to connect. I'm gonna go to this example. This is the WebSocket official GitHub. So I'm gonna go to it and check out its examples. Let's go here. That was a weird error screen I got. Let's go to the examples, server stats. We could go to the public, and this is going to be their client code. Here's what they did. New WebSocket WS with the location.host. So let's see here. I'll copy that. I'll roger that. I'll do whatever that. Alright, so to verify that the connection has opened, or when the connection is opened, socket.add event listener for open. It's a type of open, and then I'm going to have a callback with the event, and I'm going to console.log open with the event information. I'm going to listen for trading messages. Socket.add event listener for trade partner found. That's what I'm going to call it. I literally just decided I'm going to call it that. So for trade partner found, I'm going to have the event, and I'm going to say console.log, and I'm going to use the same string right here, and I'm going to have the event right there, and the store dot set. So I'm going to set the value of the store to be the value of the trade partner. So I'm going to make this like the trade partner's friend code. So I'll say const trade partner friend code is equal to we don't know yet, and I'll say trade partner friend code. And additionally, I'm going to console log this first, just in case there are any errors or anything. I'm going to say socket, or I'm going to say const trade, or I'm going to say, what's the verb I used in the server? Await. I used await. Const, I'm going to say submit, or I'm going to say request trade partner is what I'm going to name it. And I'm going to have I'll send in the client friend code that they enter into the field as my argument, and I'm going to say socket dot emit is not there. Socket dot send, or well, socket dot send the data, transmits data. It's going to be a string, so I'm gonna have to send so first I'm going to say that, what's this called in here? It's called a type, and then it has a listener. So I'm going to say socket.send, I'm gonna say the word that I was looking for the other day is serialized, by the way. So serialized data is going to equal JSON.stringify and I'm going to have the data, and I'm going to say type is equal to request trade partner, and I'm going to say details, and then the detail is going to be client friend code, and I'm going to say null, or that's all I need to put pretty much. This will serialize my JSON information, socket.send serialized data, and that is this function, but just for safety purposes I'm going to say if socket.ready state is less than or equal to 1, then I will do this. I don't know if all of this code is just for testing right now. I'm not even certain for sure if this is even going to work at all. So for this store, I have no idea where create socket came from. That's kind of bizarre. But I need WebSocket, right? WebSocket comes from import WebSocket from WS, right? I believe that should be correct. I believe. Let's open the text just to make sure. So obviously, it doesn't really, in this official example, it doesn't really show us how to import it because they're using HTML here, like they're using vanilla HTML. If we go, we check the error zone. That's kind of bizarre. That's a very bizarre 500 error. That seems to only be affected by this index file right here. But we got it. WebSocket, blah 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 blah. Okay, that's fine for now, I guess. And I'm going to export this socket as export default, and my subscribe property is going to be equal to the store dot subscribe property, or method I mean, and I'm going to include this request trade partner thing. That should be it. As you can see, I sort of copied the layout for this, but I edited it for everything. I don't know. Okay, what do I do now? Oh yeah. So now's probably a perfect time to do npm run dev. Hopefully everything compiles. I really hope it all compiles. I should have been running the development server at all times just to double check. Location is not defined, so I'm gonna say window dot location, I guess. Window is not defined. This should be running in the front end, I feel like. Oh, why is stores in the routes file? It should be in the source. Now it's working. I knew it. Yeah. That was bizarre. So yeah, the stores folder I meant to put in the source directory, not in the routes directory. So we should be Gucci now. I just said Gucci. My bad. Alright, so now we've got this little socket store. So now I'll just have a Maybe I should rename this to trade service. I feel like that would be a cooler name for it. Because it also describes it better too. So I'll call it trade service because that's more like what it is. It's the trade service. So everything should still be the same actually. I'll just call it trade service. Everything should be working correctly. Request trade partner, blah 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 blah, yabba dabba doo doo. So let's go to routes. Blog, no, index.svelte. Oh, I know what I should be doing. I should have put, this is what I gotta do, I think. This should belong in the front end. So maybe my store should be in the route. Maybe I should, okay, I'm going to just test this really quick. I will. I'm just going to test it real quick. Let's see if any of this works. Let's go to index.svelte and I'm going to say import trade service from, I'll say stores slash, so back one stores slash trade service. That should be correct. Let's see if that works. Right, that makes sense. Interesting. I wonder why it says window is not defined, even though this is supposed to be running in the front end. Interesting. Maybe, so that test went a little wrong. I should maybe say new file underscore, because this is sort of this is the convention in Svelte. You put an underscore for a file that you do not want to act as a endpoint in your website. So I'm going to put an underscore. I'm going to say trade service.ts, and I'll just copy that over here. Boop, bada bop, boom, pow. Interesting. WS cannot find declaration file. Yeah, I'll go for this. This might have interesting things. I'll put this in the right there. So the server's crashed. I'm gonna just see if this exists. Oh, cool, it exists. That's cool. Alright, so I'm gonna, so now that actually works. Event has any type. That's fine. There should be no error for that. That's not a big deal. That's all good. What's my problem? Why does it matter that I have the any type? That shouldn't be a big deal. I can get rid of this directory now. My service worker is working. However, my server is not up and running. I'm gonna spin up the development server one more time and see if it works. We gotta wait about 20 seconds or so. Cannot resolve trade. Oh yeah, because right now it's actually in the same directory and it's underscore trade service dot. I don't know if I need the .ts, but here it goes. And also I should. It doesn't say. That's annoying. CLS. What am I doing? Basically, I'm trying to get my server up and running now. but it seems that I have created problems. Oh man, got some big problems here. Alright, an import path cannot end with a .ts extension, consider. Okay, so that's one thing. And we have these issues with the event parameter being an any type, which shouldn't be, that shouldn't really be, that shouldn't be breaking. That shouldn't be a big breaking change. I wonder why it spits out everything twice. That's also bizarre. Cannot find module, cannot find module. And the reason why I can't find the module is because it's not exporting properly, because it thinks that there's errors. Maybe all the errors are just spawning from this. What's the quick fix? Infer parameter types from usage. Yeah. Infer parameter types from usage. So it solved this one, but this one, no overload matches this call. Any void. The last overload. I'm confused about this one. So I've got an error here. This is supposed to be a listener. No overload matches this call. What do you mean? Because this is supposed to be a WebSocket, right? WebSocket. This is a WebSocket, right? This open one never had any problem. Add event listener. Maybe it's because this listener doesn't exist. That's probably it. Because I made that listener up on my own. What did they do? Is it because it should be message? Oh, message is actually intended. Like that's how you're supposed to write it. That should work now. Window is not defined. That should make sense, I guess. Cause I'm running it before on mount, right? Before the app is even mounted, so obviously there might not be a window variable yet. I'll just put location host, right? Server crash because location is not. So I'll just put the little question mark syntax right here. See if that does anything. They hated that. Interesting. So it should be location dot host, but since location is not defined, so since this isn't working right now, I'm just gonna say const freaking what was I gonna say? I'm gonna say const host is equal to window dot location dot host or localhost port 3000. That's what it's gonna come down to. So instead of here, I'm just gonna have this little host. Location is not defined. Whoa. Where is this located? In server.js? It says, so my maps aren't correct, but it says new WebSocket, or socket equals new WebSocket. That doesn't exist anywhere. That code doesn't exist anywhere. Where does this code exist? Maybe it doesn't like this syntax. I'm not sure if that's available at the moment. Window is not defined. So I need just location. I don't know. Jeez, location isn't defined. Like, dang, man, that's brutal. I'll just call it this for now. God. Why is it doing that? It's annoying. Open. Oh. Cool. So I'll follow. So this event happened when I opened. Let's check out this event. So this event happened in the server emit. So what happens in broadcast? Let's see. Where did I say client open blah blah blah? Is this in here or something? Is this in the trade service? Yeah, it's right here in the trade service. So this socket fired. I wonder why this socket fired. But I will open this. I will put this in here. Load resource 404. I'm gonna put this down here for now. I'm gonna say code trade. Oh, there's a native WebSocket object. There's a native WebSocket object. I didn't know that. I did not know that. That's nice. I'll take that out. WebSocket is not defined. It said that, I thought it said that there was a native WebSocket object. Oh, so we've reached the 30-minute mark, so I'm gonna take a break real quick. I just realized we took the 30-minute mark. So I'll pause the timer real quick, and I'm gonna need to read off some news in a second, but first I need to step away from the computer and go AFK for a bit, so I'll be right back. So I'm gonna pause, and I will be right back. Alright, I'm back from my break. So let's go over some of the, what's my last news thing that I had to do? I finished my second semester of college at Cal State University, Fullerton. So that's kind of facts. I really did. It was kind of hard because this is actually quarantine, or not quarantine. It's called isolation or quarantine, whatever you want to call it. Isolation period because of the coronavirus pandemic. And it was tough. I think I passed all my classes. I was taking math structures for my computer science major. I was taking calculus. I was taking my public speaking requirement called HCOM 101, or actually it was HCOM 100, and I took history for a history requisite requirement. That's pretty much it. I'm pretty sure I passed all of it. My history class was really easy. The teacher just He was a silly guy. He was, I don't know. My calculus teacher, this was the first year she ever taught, so I feel like I got a lot of slack from that teacher, which is good because calculus is it's the first time I ever learned calculus officially or anything. So it was it was a tough class. I have to admit, I'll admit it. It was a tough class, especially since she's not that experienced of a teacher, and also because we had to do online learning or remote learning, whatever you want to call it, because of the coronavirus pandemic, isolation, whatever. Um, in March, my campus got closed, or the campus wasn't closed, but classes were not um, available on campus anymore. They switched to online classes in March. Now it's May, so that's cool. 420 everybody. Anyways, um, okay, so that'll be good for my in the news right now. That's a good in the news. So let's see here. I'm gonna pour out some Coke into my ice glass of ice real quick, and I'll take a swig. All right, I'm gonna unpause my timer real quick. All right. So WebSocket is not defined is where we left off. And so I imported WebSocket from the WebSocket class. I mean from the WebSocket module. And I commented it out because I got an error. Let's check out the error real quick. So I didn't get an error on my console, but in here, when I refresh it, WS does not work in the browser. Browser clients must use the native WebSocket object. So I'm going to go and see. So browser clients must use the native WebSocket object. I wonder why. So I'm gonna go investigate that really quick. Browser clients must use the native WebSocket. Because when let's see this Stack Overflow. The WebSocket library you are using, so it's not the same one. Use the doc itself. No. Oh yeah, Firefox should do it. Events. It's kind of like it's got that add event listener schema sort of thing, just like elements on the DOM. That's pretty cool. So we've got connecting, open, closing, and closed for the constants. Dang. This is interesting. I've never seen this before. We've got close and send. We've got events. So when I use this, it doesn't work. That's really bizarre. Const socket equals new web socket, blah blah. So let's go over here. Close this, or comment that out, because apparently we don't need it. So const socket equals new WebSocket. I'm gonna copy and paste this really quick to make sure that I'm spelling everything the same. Const socket equals new WebSocket. Yeah, that's correct. WebSocket is not defined at blah blah blah. So interesting. That's very interesting. WebSocket is not defined. But when I go, so since the server crashed, it's probably not going to run because the server's crashed. I'll Google, or let me see the client side notes that I have. Client side. Let's go to that link again. Check out the client side. So we've got, so it didn't call any WebSocket sort of thing. Const WebSocket equals new WebSocket. Interesting. Man, I kind of have a feeling that it has to do with, or it exists. Like, as you can see, the typing does exist. The typing is, it does exist. Maybe, okay, I have a feeling that this is because, for the same exact reason that the window.location.host is not working. Window.location.host. Right? I feel like it's all the same. So maybe I should import all of that once I get my on mount. So what am I getting here exactly? What am I doing? So let's go to the example again. When you import the store, you subscribe the store. So once everything's mounted, then the store runs. What if instead of importing the store up here, I import it here asynchronously with a then keyword? That way it doesn't run until everything's mounted. That might be a good solution. So I'm gonna say on mount import trade or trade service dot then trade service, and once I get the trade service up and running, I'll put this at the top just in case, blah 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 blah. So once I get the trade service imported, let's see here, trade service, I export a default, so I'll just console.log the trade service, because I feel like it might give me an export object, which may mean that default is actually where trade service is located. So changed, rebuilding, everything works there. Let's go back to here, code trade service module default, there it is. So this, I have a feeling this is correct. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to say that default is actually the trade service that I want, or that's what it is. Trade service, and I'm going to say trade service. Oh, oops. That should actually be like this. My arrow syntax should be like this, and I shall say, just like the example. I wonder how this example even works, because okay, anyway, store.subscribe. This won't be exactly what I wanted to put, but it's close. Store, so the store is actually going to be the trade service. Trade service dot subscribe, and I'm going to get a message, which is going to be my friend code. So the current message and the messages are going to equal So when I get the received friend code, I'm going to put current message, and I'm going to put received friend code equals current message. But I'm going to console.log current message, and I might get info from that because the current message might be const. It's probably going to be in JSON format, so I'm actually going to say message. So this is going to be actually the serialized message. And oh, my Hey Siri went up when I said serialized message. So the message is actually going to be JSON.parse serialized message bop. And so the message is going to be here, and the message is going to be located or applied to the received friend code as well. So that worked. Let's go back to here. So unexpected end of JSON input in JSON.parse. So it did actually, this actually got sent. This happened. Alright, that's sick. So I'll put console.log serialized message real quick just to see if the serialized message was sent. I don't need this example up anymore. Serialized message is nothing. Nice. Uncaught expected end of JSON input. Interesting. Oh, that's because the store initially, so let me go to the trade service. It's because the writable store doesn't start like that. So it started with a blank. Perfect. That's actually exactly what I needed to get done. So that's working. It's a blank serialized object. Let's go to this. Interesting. Received friend code, blah, 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 blah. So everything's working so far. So what we need to do now is I need to submit handle trade submit, or I'm going to request. I sent in request trade partner. So I'm going to say let request trade partner. So that'll be its own thing, and oops, so that's going to be unclaimed for now. And when I load in this thing, when I load in this module, I will say request trade partner. I'm going to set that equal to trade service dot request trade partner. So now I'm going, this may not be the best way of doing things, but I basically put request trade partner out into the world. Hopefully that works. I'm not sure if it will remain bounded to what I want it to be bounded to. It's got some types, you know. Client friend code, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Hopefully that works. I can say handle trade submit. So trading equals true, or if not trading. So only if this is not being, if we are not currently trading, if we're not currently having a trade partner request, let's go here, and let us request a trade partner and I'm going to have const serialized message is going to be equal to JSON dot stringify, and I'm going to be looking for type, which is request trade partner, if I remember correctly, and the details are going to be friend code. That should be good, right? And then request trade partner. Oh, it already, that was silly. I just need to put in the client friend code. I already did all this code. That's silly of me. Request trade partner, friend code. I'm going to put in some error checking, or what's it called? Form validation to make sure that the friend code that's being sent is actually a proper friend code before any of this works. But for now, before any of these requests are made. But yeah, this should be fine. There's no explicit problems in the file that I need to worry about. It's just all of these TypeScript warnings. I don't know why they're called errors. So that's correct, and I will say, let's just say my friend code is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And when I press trade, event, and friend code equals that. So event is submit event. So I believe that this was logged, and then so let's go back to the server, and then socket.on should be on message. On message, I'm going to say, or let's see if the socket.emit hello world ever happened. Let's go check and see if the socket dot. So this was never open or what? I wonder if it's even connected. Maybe they're not even connected, are they? This open one. Does that mean that it's connected? Trade service on open. So it does work. I don't know why any of my, just because my server's running, it's not really showing any of the requests that I want, or any of the logs that I want to be shown. So on message, see if there are any. So first I'm going to say console.log JSON when I send that message. So the server was rebuilt. Let's go back to here and say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? So that was sent. When I go back to here, trade type request trade partner was, wow, no way, that actually freaking worked. Whoa. So that's cool. I kind of got my front end wired up to the back end in a way. This is the first baby step. That's cool. Alright, so this is going to be serialized JSON, and I'm going to say const type, comma, details equals JSON.parse serialized JSON, and I'm going to say switch type case request trade partner. I think there's supposed to be a parentheses around that. So case request trade partner. What we're gonna do is see if there are any other clients awaiting a trade partner. Or maybe I should abstract this and go const request trade partner, and I'm gonna have the details ready right here. In fact, it's probably always just going to be client friend code. It's always going to be client friend code. So in the server, I'm probably gonna have const trade partner is equal to, or I'm just gonna have let trade partner. So when I request a trade partner, if trade partner is not equal to undefined, or is not equal to null, because I'm just gonna have it set equal to null when it's not there. So let trade partner equal null. So if the trade partner is not equal to null, or let's just start with the trade partner is equal to null. So if there is no trade partner, I'm gonna say trade partner is equal to client friend code. But if there is one, I'm going to say well, first of all, I'm gonna have to put request trade partner details. Else. So when the trade partner is not null, this is where it gets complicated, because I'm gonna want to, and also I have to, right here I have to, break, and I'm gonna have to have a default, and I'm gonna say console.log no message type accounted for. No message type with type value accounted for. So when we get requested the trade partner, blah 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 blah. So if not, await a trade partner. Maybe I should put into this request trade partner, maybe I should put the socket as well as the details, because this socket is going to be, I don't know. Maybe I can have let online or I'm gonna say let online equal to 0, and when there is a connection I'm going to say online plus plus, and I'm gonna say online minus minus. Maybe I'll use that information later, but that's just some placeholder crap right there. Online is declared but value is never read. Really? It knows it's a number. Interesting. So maybe I should keep the socket right here. So I'm gonna have socket with the details. right there. And so if the trade partner is null, then wait. This is going to be a little complicated. Trade partner is going to be that socket, right? It's going to be this WebSocket of the original partner. So trade partner, maybe it should be socket to retain that, and then I'm going to say else. So if the trade partner isn't null, I'm going to say socket dot, what do you say when you want to send us a broadcast? This is when you broadcast to everybody. I don't want to broadcast to everybody. I want to broadcast to one socket. So when I say socket dot, socket dot, this doesn't work. Okay, so let's go to an example maybe. See where the, maybe I could say socket dot send. Probably I could say socket dot send. So I'll go to here. I'll say socket dot send JSON dot stringify, or I'm gonna say console dot log, or I'm gonna say const. Oops, const. What was the word I was using? Serialized message. I should call it all the same thing, right? Const serialized message. I should call them all serialized message, serialized message, serialized message. Maybe I could also just destructure. No, I can't destructure it in here because it's a serialized message. So serialized message. I'm going to put type is going to be trade partner found, and I'm going to say details equals trade partner friend code is equal to, so it's going to be trade partner dot client friend code, or I'm going to say friend code is equal to the client friend code. So it'll actually just be friend code. So this hopefully works, you know? Serialized message number 1. I'm gonna say socket.send. I'm not gonna name it because I'm going to want to use this type of thing twice. So obviously I'm gonna want this right here. Socket.send trade partner found. And then I'm gonna want to do this twice. Trade partner found to the trade partner.socket. To the trade partner socket, I'm gonna want to use trade partner friend code is going to be client friend code. And then after that, I'm going to want to put trade partner equals null again. So this should work. So when the socket.send happens, we go to the trade service, trade partner found. No way. Add event listener message, event any. Okay. So I'm gonna say. Oh, and also here's another thing. Maybe instead of just having it equal to something like that, maybe it should be the, here we go. Const message. Maybe I shouldn't have all of this. Maybe all the parsing should be in here. So maybe it should be that, and I should say all of the stringifying and JSON manipulation should be on this file. So it should be store.set. So the store should actually be, it should be trade partner friend code. Trade partner friend code is equal to null, and also trading is equal to false, or is trading is equal to false, right? So store.set, it has to be a value, so I'm going to say trading is false again, and trade partner friend code is equal to trade partner friend code. String is not assignable to type null. I'm going to call this, dang, why is that type null? It shouldn't be. I'm just gonna say const, I'll say interface trade service value. I'm going to have a trade partner friend code, which is going to be either a string or null, and I'm going to have is trading, which is going to be a boolean. So that's going to be true, and I'm going to say const default trade service value with a type of trade service value is equal to, this is going to be the default value. And in writable, I'm going to have the default value set right there. So now this trading boolean trade partner argument of type is not assignable. Why? String and boolean. Alright. Why is that? Maybe because it's not in the same order? Because I put trading. Oh, oops, I made a mistake. Is trading. They're right, I made a typo. Instead of trading, I have to put is trading. And I need to put a comma here, obviously. So on message trade partner found. So I'm gonna log the event on that side. Alright, so let's go over here. So on Svelte line 20, index.svelte line 20, I have an issue right here. The trade service. Interesting. So there's an error somewhere. I'll discover it in a moment, I guess. Let's just do our friend code that we're testing. Trade event. Let's go over here. The server crashed because JSON is not defined. The server crashed. Console.log JSON. Let's go back to the server. Let's see where it says any of this crap. Or it's a JSON. Oh, silly me. It's because this right here is not defined. So type JSON parse. Server should be up and running. Let's try that again. That was just a simple mistake. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hopefully this works. Event went through, and let's see in here. Oh, I never really. Okay, so at the end of this, I'm going to want to say console.log for my testing. I'm going to just want to say trade partner. Let's see if the trade partner pops up for me. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Trade. That had no errors. And here we go. We got the socket and the friend code. Nice. That's really good. Alright. That actually is really good. So now that we got that, maybe I should go for, let me open this in another tab. Bot. So let me do this. Oopsies. Here and here we got this, and right here I'm gonna have my own. So that works. I'm gonna clear my, or I'll put it over here. Now 7890 trade. So trade partner found. Let's go into here, see if there's an error. Trade partner null. Correct. It's null. Trade partner. I wish I could make this a TS file, because then it would make things a little bit easier. Let's go over here and open this as well. Trade partner found. The trade service. Here's my event. My event.data is what I'm needing. Event.data has everything that I need. So I'm gonna go into my trade service and I'm gonna say event. I'm just gonna call it, I need my data, and it's going to be a serialized. It's gonna be a serialized instead of data. Did I use serialized data in here anywhere? I did. I feel like I should name everything serialized message, because it goes along with everything being messages better. So I'll just call it serialized message. Actually, instead of calling it that, I'll just stick it. Maybe this is bad. Actually, it is bad, and I'll tell you why. Because I feel like if I have this titled serialized message, it's more readable to have the name serialized message put into here, because it reminds the reader who's reading my code that this socket must be sending a string, which has to be serialized. It's more readable, in my opinion, to get people. If anyone's reading this code for the first time, it's easier. Or because if you haven't noticed, or if you have noticed, I really don't like putting comments in my code. I don't like putting comments in my code, and I actually like to practice using very good variable naming to make things as clear as possible as to what I'm doing, where my names may be longer than what you would have chosen, but I'm using that for a purpose. And for example, whenever I have a Boolean, I put is in front of it as a prefix every time. If I have an just a normal variable with an object name or a string name or whatever, I always just put a solid noun like socket, host, what have you, just a solid noun. If I have an array, I always put an S at the end of it to signify that there's plural, that it's an array. It's just code readability that I like to practice. Let me see here. So, when we get the serialized message, we gotta go const type details equals JSON.parse serialized message. And in the details, so basically I'm gonna copy exactly what I put here. It's pretty similar ideology right here. If the type happens to be what did I call it? I called it trade partner found. If it happens to be trade partner found, I'm going to do store.set x. I'm gonna say bot, and right here I'm gonna put details dot, and I'm assuming it's gonna be friend code if I remember, if it's in here, trade partner friend code. It's long. It's good to know. Trade partner friend code, details.trade partner friend code. So in here maybe I could actually additionally put another destructure, trade partner friend code, a whole other destructure, and that will allow me to do this. That's good. That should work. Alright, so let's go over here. Let's refresh this client. There's a mystery error happening right there. Alright, so we got two clients set up. Client number 1 is going to have friend code 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got that, and client number 2 is going to be it's going to be 7890. Trade. So everything aligned. Uncaught token. Interesting. I'm going to double check and check out console.log serialized message. I'm gonna return so that none of the code following happens. Or I'm not gonna return it. I'm gonna keep it the way it is. I'm gonna refresh my clients. I'm going to say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Boop. I'm gonna say 7890. Boop. So in the serialized message, we've got, let's see here. It says type and details and trade partner friend code in the details. Okay. So that seems like it is what I wanted it to be. I can say const console.log type what's it? Trade partner friend code. Double check everything again. 1 2 3 4 5 6 and 790 trade type trade partner found trade partner friend code. Yeah, these both worked. Trade partner friend code. It worked. Like, you see how that's really cool. Look, I got the trade partner here and I got the trade partner here. But I've got a problem with object.set right here. Unexpected token. Is it because no, it can't be. I was about to say, must it be because a writable always has to be a type of string, but it doesn't. It actually, because obviously it doesn't have to be because, oh wait, param value, the start and stop notifications for subscriptions. I don't know about that. Okay, let's see here. So this should be all Gucci, right? What's the issue? I'm confused about where this issue is set. WebSocket. Oh, line 28 it says. Oops. So here, line 28 says store.set and trade partner friend code is a string and is trading is set to false. And when we request trade partner right here, when we request the trade partner, once the socket sends this trade partner request, we gotta say now we say, and also if the store dot dang, how do I check and see if the store has updated yet? If the socket dot ready state blah blah blah, and if we are currently not trading, so store I need to put store dot set trade partner friend code is going to be waiting for trade partner dot dot dot, and is trading is going to be true, right? That should be good. Everything's up to date. Everything should be reset. Let me say 1 2 3 4 5 6 in trade service line 44 right here. So I'm having an issue with the store.set thing. Maybe I should be using serializing. Maybe I should serialize all this. JSON.stringify it. Maybe that's what I need to do. Why is this an error? Type string. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Let me check. Unexpected token at position 1. In index.svelte, line 19. Oh, that's because right here I do not need to parse it, right? Trade service.subscribe. Oh yeah, duh. I just need to put is trading equals false if not is trading. I need to put, I'll put the serialized message right here should be, or it should be, when I set it, it has to be trade partner friend code and is trading. So serialized or the message is going to be serial, okay, it's going to be message, right? And I'm going to say is trading is equal to message dot is trading and I'm going to rename this to, actually I'll just say received friend code is going to be message dot what did I call it? Trade partner friend code. Trade partner friend code. Type null is not assignable to type string. Interesting. This is in TypeScript. Received friend code is string or null. Friend code is always string or null. Or it doesn't have to be null, it's always string because it can be an empty string. This is boolean. Received friend code can be null. When it is null, actually I'm just going to keep it type string forever, because I'll just say or empty string, right? That makes more sense. I like that better. Request trade partner has any type. Well, yeah, that's fine. Okay. That was a silly bug that I had, but I think that's fixed now, because I just forgot to switch things around when I changed them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oops. Trade. Waiting for trade partner. 7, 8, 9, 0. Trade. It worked. We got our code trade set up. We did it. We really did it. And I'll trade again. Waiting for trade partner. Trade. It worked. It actually worked. That's like actually all we needed to do. No way. No freaking way. Maybe I should add some extra text like in here when I say trade partner found instead of no, that's fine. Or when I go over here, store.set maybe I should say trade partner friend code is actually equal to trade partner found, and then I have a carriage, and I say the trade partner friend code. And I don't need that log anymore. I don't need any of these logs really, because I'm done testing it. I don't really need this open event anymore. I'm just gonna say socket connected. If I can type. Oh my gosh. You know why? It's because I didn't put caps lock on, and I'm just holding the shift. Okay. It should be good. Everything's all good. I can delete this comment. Let's see, console log. Any more console logs out there that I need? No. Let's go over here. Don't need this console log anymore. I don't need this writable thing anymore. That's all good, all good. Save that. Server, do I need? Let's go over here. I don't need this broadcast function. I don't need to say that to everybody. I don't need this console here anymore. Console log there anymore. We fulfilled that comment. Have we fulfilled all the to-do comments? I never used this UUID thing. Nice. Nice. Alright, everything here works. I'm gonna say that I've completed wiring up everything to the back end. I'll split right here. Man, that took a while. Dang, that went from 1 hour. That was like a really, really long one. Alright, so let's deploy it. I'm excited for this one. I don't know how this is gonna work. When I go, I should actually have this right here. I don't know how this is gonna work. Console.log socket. What is this? I don't need this part right here, right? I could trash that. Alright, let's deploy this. CLS. Actually, first, before we deploy it, let's go to GitHub. And also, I should take my 30-minute break. I'm gonna say that I have wired up front end to back end. I'm gonna commit that. I'm gonna make sure my screen recording is still going. Yeah, it's still going. Alright, let's deploy. So, hopefully this all compiles. npm run build first. I'm really nervous for this. I hope this works. Building. Yeah, we already know all these little silly TypeScript errors are going to happen. I'm going to take a sip of my double shot as all of these keep going. Alright, the build finished in 19.8 seconds. Alright, here we go. npm run deploy. I'm really nervous for this. I really hope this works. I'm really nervous for this. The reason why it's taking 19 seconds is because it's taking 19 seconds. So deploying to GitHub pages, here we go. It worked, I guess. Oh my gosh, this is nerve-wracking. I'm just gonna copy it. Alright. Bop. Alright, here we go. Control V. Here we are. This is the live server. Let's see if anything got connected. So, failed to load resource. The server responded with a status of 404. Failed to fetch dynamically imported module. That's a problem. Failed to load the resource. Dang. So obviously this isn't really going to work probably. Let me see if it does anything. This is how it works so far. Dang. Alright, so we made a mistake. The dynamically imported module part. So I'll show you exactly what they're referring to, or what they mean by that. It's because right here we import the trade service, and they didn't like it. They really didn't. GitHub pages did not support my trade service. Dang it. And if we don't do that, if we say import trade service and also request trade partner from trade service. Let's see how this works. Let's do request trade partner. Bop. Bop. Alright, let's go back to our development server. Get this running. Oh, oops, not deploy. Dev. Let's run the dev script. So what we have to do now is we have to get the trade service working without having to dynamically import it once everything's been mounted. I think I have a solution. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to say import initialize trade service from trade service right here. And I'm going to bring out the function, because if I bring out the function, it won't necessarily flag me on everything being bad, and I can use it once I'm done. So I'm going to say, I'm just going to put oh yeah, I should put that. I'm gonna put, what should I wrap? Starting here, obviously I need to wrap this when I create the new WebSocket. Okay, so I'm gonna say const, or I'm gonna put export default, no, I'm gonna put export default, no, export const initialize trade service, initialize trade service equals nothing, initialize trade service, and it's going to be in these. Oops, I didn't mean to do that because that's going to error when I initialize trade service. Blah, 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 blah. Export const initialize trade service. Okay. when I initialize the trade service, it's going to initialize everything. Alright, I'm going to where did I start initialize trade service? Right here. So right here, I'm going to put a break right there. I'm going to put a break right here. Request trade partner is not used. Oh, I need to use it when I say return. I'm going to return subscribe store.subscribe, and I'm going to put request trade partner in here when I export it. Okay, so when I do this and I save it and I go, I'll put into here, I'll say const const trade service equals initialize trade service. And then I can run all of this, hopefully I can run all of this as I want it to, right here, with the correct ordering. Alright, let's see if this worked. Hopefully this worked. I'm gonna go to local host port 3000. So here I am. Request trade partner is not defined. Request trade partners equal to. Oh yeah, I need to put this. Oopsies. It reloaded. Alright, everything's working. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Send, please work. Waiting for trade partner. Let's open up another one right here. Let's say 7890. Trade partner found. Trade partner found. Alright. So everything works, and I didn't have to dynamically import anything. Alright, everything is good. Trade service. Is there a way that I could have refactored this? No, this is fine. I was basically checking to see if socket, or if I could export request trade partner on its own, but I can't because it relies on socket, which is defined inside the initialize function, so that's fine. And the reason why I have to do all of this, why I have to have the initialize trade service function, is because I need to wait for the on mount, because I need to have access to this WebSocket class that's native to the browser, so I need to wait for this to become available, and I need to wait for the window.location to become available. That's why I have to do all that. Alright, so let's save. It's actually surprisingly not that much amount of code for what I'm doing. It's pretty simple, and I'm kind of impressed with it. So let's go here. So we know this all works, blah 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 blah. We don't need this anymore. Also, I don't need any of that, and I don't need that right now. So let's close the development server. npm run not even gonna run build before this. Oh, also before I start, I'm gonna cancel that. Let's go to GitHub. Let's say that I refactored the dynamic import. So I got rid of the dynamic import. I'll push it to keep it safe. Alright, let's do this. So let's say we can do it. Alright, come on. npm run deploy. Let's see if this works without having to build before, because I know it does build on its own first. It takes about 19.8 seconds according to the last time we did this. So I'll take this time to take a sip of this Coke. Hopefully this works. So let's open it. I'll just copy it for now. Oops. I'll go here. Full screen this. Go here. Alright. Moment of truth. Failed to load. Oh, it's not updated yet. Let's reload it. Error. Why did this get an error? What's this? What's wrong? Why is my service worker not working? Dang it. I wonder if this will... Obviously this can't work, but I'll try it. Mixed content. Oh. So I have an insecure WebSocket. Insecure WebSocket connection can be initialized from a page loaded over HTTPS. Okay, I know exactly what the problem is. When I go to trade service, I have to have WSS. Alright, so let's deploy again. And also commit the change as well. Adding that one little S to it. Alright. Let's just take another sip of the double shot espresso. Everything's working. Alright, hopefully this is... Alright, so it's up and running again. Let's give it a few, like 10 or so seconds to fully refresh, you know. Whew, I really hope this works. Because GitHub Pages allows us to have HTTPS. So I kind of forgot about that. Give it 5 more seconds. 27, 28, 29, 30. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or wait. Let me refresh the page first. See if there are any errors. Oh, what? Blah. Why isn't it working? Come on. Let's open it in a new tab. Control I. Control Shift I to... Wait, but attempted to... Why? Is this the right code? No, this isn't the right code. It hasn't updated yet. Why isn't it updating? Am I sure that I put the right code up? I saved it and uploaded it before. There's a WebSocket. WebSocket connection failed. Because why? I wonder why. Maybe if I go to /code trade. Interesting. Because I know that it's being hosted at /code trade. Maybe I should make a quick... This is a tough one. Maybe, has anybody done WebSockets with... Has anybody done WebSockets on GitHub pages already? GitHub pages WebSocket. Let's see if their thing works. WSS copy, paste, connect, disconnected. Let's go to code trade, connect, disconnected. Where is it located then? I wonder where it's located. Let's go to the code trade GitHub repository. Let's go to the settings. Maybe it'll have an answer there, like where it's being hosted exactly. So it is right here. Interesting. I wonder where the server is located. Or, okay, GitHub pages host. Host, because I want to get the actual host for my repository. Like, where's the actual host? Because I know that technically EthanThatOneKid.github.io is technically the host of EthanThatOneKid.github.io/codetrade. So here's the problem. This is the whole point of the experiment. The whole point of the experiment. Obviously, I do realize that I've been at this for almost 3 hours already, but it's kind of because I've been talking out loud about it. I know, look at how much code I wrote. There's like 60 lines of code per little file that I've written. It's kind of pitiful. I did this really slowly, but it is the first time that I've ever done anything like this. I'm still kind of proud of it so far. Here is my problem. So let's go to our network. Code trade right here. So we got a good status code right here. I wonder where the actual host is. Where is the host? Let's go to local. I mean, not local, location. Let's see here. It says that this is the host, it says that this is the href, it's the origin. So here's the host. But I should also put HTTPS. I'll put that. I'll say right here. I'll put protocol equals window dot location dot protocol is equal to so if it is equal to secure, I'm going to want to put WSS. If it's not equal to secure, I'm just going to want to put WS. I know obviously I can shorten this by just having the S be a part of the ternary operator, but I'm just making this readable for people that want to understand what's going on when they read my code, because I'm all about having clean readable code. So if HTTPS blah blah blah, copy this, copy. I'm gonna copy. I'm gonna go ahead and take a break in a few minutes as well, by the way. Okay. And so blah 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 blah. Okay. Now what? I'm gonna be honest, now what? I feel like I should take another break like I did at the end of the last part of this episode. To go back and research where my server is actually running. Because obviously I've got some sort of I've got something running. Here's my socket, right? Socket ready state is 3. I've got a socket going, but the connection has failed because it doesn't connect to, because this host right here is not the server that where it's running my server.js file. It's not. I need to just, basically I feel like I need to figure out where this server.js file is running. Where is it running? Where is it listening? I just need to find out where it's listening from. You know? That's all I need to know. That's all I need to know. Okay, so I will be taking a break now. I'm going to come back with some more notes and some more information about where the WebSocket server is located, where my server.js file is being ran, if it is being ran somewhere on the GitHub servers. Because obviously all I know right now is that it is definitely not this host name. It is some other host name somewhere else. I don't know if that means that I need to find, or if there is a dedicated server, or where the dedicated server is. I just need to go and find it. For now, I'll just finish up this episode with a quick website thing. I'm gonna pause my thing right here, my splits, and have a good day. I'll be right back in the next part of this episode. Hello. I'm back for part number 3 of episode 1 of my Codecast. So this is hopefully the last part of this episode. It's been a long ride. We're nearing the end. So on the last episode, I kind of encountered, or in the last part that just preceded, I had an issue with connecting the WebSockets when I deployed to GitHub Pages, and unfortunately, what I discovered is that I'm gonna start by saying this is not. I'm not counting this as a failure because this was an experiment after all. This whole project was a small experiment. Um, so I'm not upset, but I did discover that GitHub Pages only hosts static pages. It was interesting to me that Svelte was able to create a dynamic API and that was able to work with GitHub Pages. That's interesting to me because apparently that was all run on the client, but it gave me an illusion that it is fetched from a back end. So that happened. Um, Sorry to burst your bubble if you were interested in seeing the experiment be a success, but the experiment's still a success because we learned something new. But the silly thing is that I could have probably looked that up, but instead I did this whole experiment, which is a cool learning experience. It was a good idea. But anyways, I have come back with a whole new set of deployment notes in my notes text file. And obviously this can be located in the Codecast's episode 1 code trade repository where I've got all my notes lined up and stuff. So that's cool. Basically, so let's see what we got here. We were going to deploy to GitHub, but I believe that I can achieve. What's the plan now? We've learned that our experiment is not possible. Our hypothesis was not true, and that basically it failed. But what do we do now is the question. I say instead of scrapping the whole project, I'm gonna go pivot this project. I'm gonna pivot it, and I'm going to, instead of deploying it on GitHub, which was the main point of this project, I was going to deploy it to Heroku, which is another app hosting platform, but I believe it uses, or you can use server side, or it has it allows you to use server side what would you call it, running. It just runs on the server side. Like I'm able to, it listens on the server side. I should be able to have WebSockets for Heroku. So hopefully this is the last episode. Hopefully I can get this all wired up. Hopefully I get this working. That's all I want to do. So I've got these deployment notes. I never explicitly Googled how to get WebSockets working with Heroku. I only looked up how to get something hosted on Heroku. So first, before I do this, I'm going to get the development server up and running at the host URL, not the subdirectory. So if you remember from when we were developing earlier, I would have to go to /code trade to reach the app, because on GitHub Pages you would have to put / and then the repository name in order to reach the GitHub page. My throat is already getting a little dry from talking, so I'm going to introduce what I am drinking. It's a good segue. I am drinking a nice, fresh glass of ice water. It's fresh. It's fresh, alright. Okay. So, the whole point of my template repository was to use it with GitHub Pages, but I can alter it a little bit to use it with just the host URL. So let's see if I can fix this. So let's open it up by Control-Shift-A in GitHub. In GitHub Desktop, you use Control-Shift-A to open up Visual Studio Code. Alright, so everything does work the way I want it to, I believe. Oh yeah, I should start the timer as well. So I'm gonna start the timer now. Bada bop boom. Pow. Unpaused. Alright, we're rounding the 3rd hour of this episode of pure coding. Alright, let's see here. So, this probably happens, server, blah blah blah. Use project name right here. I believe that this is all I need to change, because that's the only, because what project name is it's just called code trade, it's the path. So I'm gonna control tilde to open up my terminal. I'm going to npm run dev to run my development server. Whew. Should take a couple seconds, obviously. Hopefully I don't have that many errors, but I know I'm probably gonna have some TypeScript errors right here because of my implicit any types that I have everywhere because I chose to use TypeScript. So let's go to localhost, and it should be up and running at /CodeTrade. It is. There should be no errors. Shaw, it's good. I noticed reviewing the footage a little bit that I had this layout warning, which is easily fixable, so I'll just go and fix that real quick. It should be in routes _ layout. Oh, it's not there. That's fine. Layout was created with unknown prop segment. It's because never mind. I thought I discovered something, but I don't really know what that error does or what that warning's about. I thought I did. Okay, so it is up and running. I'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Waiting for a trade partner. Let's open it up in another tab. 4, 5, 6. Or I should say 7, 8, 9, 10 or 0. Trade. Partner found. I got it. Partner found. Got it. Perfect. Everything worked exactly how I wanted it to. So that is in fact working at the /CodeTrade part. So let's go back to here. Let's go to server, and I'm going to comment this out for now. It's changed, rebuilding. Moment of truth, dude. Oh, well, it was just the server. That was the moment of truth. That was it. Okay, so 404 not found. Go to here. It works. Let me say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Trade. Open it up at the other thing. 7890. Trade. Works. Alright, that was all I needed to do. I do not need to have the project name. I do not need to destructure the project name from the process.env. Everything should be good, and I'm going to say that I removed the what did I call it in the notes? Called it the subdirectory. Removed the code trade subdirectory blah blah. Okay, commit to master. I always commit to master because I'm the master. I'm just kidding. Anyways, let's see here. Okay, so what was the next thing in the notes? I'm being silly. I feel a little hyper. So deploy to Heroku. I already have this link here, and I'll tell you why. Because off camera, I discovered that GitHub. I already gave this speech, but I'll just go over a little bit. I discovered that GitHub only hosts static sites, so WebSockets are impossible. That's facts. Like that, there's no way around that. It's just, you gotta have a dedicated server doing it for WebSockets. So off camera, I decided to pivot the project from being hosted on GitHub pages to running on Heroku because our project requires a dedicated server. Facts. Off camera, I created a Heroku account and created a new app titled CodeTrade and installed the Heroku client, what do you call that? Command line interface to my machine. So in order to log into Heroku on the command line interface, I should do Heroku login, add Heroku as a remote to my existing GitHub repository by using that command that I have there, and then deploy CodeTrade on the Heroku remote by saying blah 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 blah. Okay. So here we go. So I'm going to close my development server, CLS, and I think I'm going to start doing that. So I'll log in using Heroku login. Heroku login. Press any key. I'll press spacebar. So I'm going to go over here in case it reveals any secrets on my other screen. So all I did was I pressed login, and it went, and it says this now. There were no secrets to be hidden, but I just hid it anyway. The side note, these errors are popping up because I closed my development server. So I'll just close this for now and go to here. So I am logged in this terminal session. So what did I say? Next I should add Heroku as a remote to my existing GitHub repository by saying Heroku get remote blah 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 and enter. See if that works. Nice, that worked. Hopefully this should work. I don't really know if this is gonna work. Deploy CodeTrade on the Heroku remote by saying git push Heroku master. So I'll go and I'll paste that by pressing the right mouse button. Things are happening. Things are happening. There are no errors yet. There are no errors yet. Things are happening. Things are happening. Oh, I've never done this before. This is the first time I'm doing this. I did not do this off camera. Alright, I'm getting my build problems. I'm getting it. It's happening. Let's see if I get any errors. Things are occurring on Heroku servers. Oh, finished. Pruning the dev dependencies, whatever that means. Build succeeded. Compressing. Things are happening. Released version 3. CodeTrade. Wow. Whoa. Okay. Let's copy this. Oh my god. What just happened? Application error. An error occurred in the application and your page could not be served. If you are the application owner, check your logs. You can view the Heroku client. So Heroku logs tail. Well, is the server running? I don't really. So let's see. Starting server on port. So node Sapper build. That's what it ran. It ran node Sapper build. So if we go to Sapper build, idling because quota is exhausted. Stopping all processes with sigterm. Process exited with status 143. Free app. What? Free app running time quota was exhausted. How is the time quota exhausted? No. 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 Why is that happening? Okay, let's open the link that I have right here. Let's see if I can find anything important using this link. Oh man. I thought I would be able to finish this today. I don't know anymore. Let's see here. Resources. npm start. It's snoozing. It has little Z's for snoozing. This app is using free dynos. They're on. npm start. What happens with npm start? Is that what they do? For here? Package npm start says node Sapper build. Right, it did that automatically. When I do node Sapper build, shouldn't it be running? What should it be running when I do node Sapper build? Let me close these logs. Let me say npm start and see what happened when I start my program. When I start my program, that happens. How about if I say, let's go to the, let's say node Sapper / build / let's say server, or should I say service worker? Maybe I should say server.js. Interesting. Export maybe has something to do with it. Index.html client. Export code trade. Oh, this is from when it still had code trade. Dev. When we do npm run dev, it says, oh my goodness. npm run dev is Sapper dev. npm run start is node Sapper build. So let's say npm run build and see if anything changes in the build. Well, obviously I got my TypeScript errors because I love TypeScript. Let's wait 19.8 seconds. Oh, cool, went down to 18.2. Type node Sapper build to run the app. Okay. Sapper build. Whoa. Oh, it did work, because now when I said build, it made an index.js file. Whoa. Nice. So when, okay. Dang. Alright, so let's go to localhost 3000. Code trade is up. This is the production build. Let's say I want to go to, let's make a second client connect. Alright, let's say I want to say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Go. Waiting for trade partner on the production build. 7890. Trade partner found. Perfect. So interestingly, when you run Sapper build, when it first runs, okay, so here's my thing. Let's close my production server. Let's say, let's go for the deploy again. What was my command? It's in my notes. Deploy by using git push Heroku master. Or let me go to deploy here. Okay, I was just checking to see if there's any information there. This is so interesting. Cool. Alright, I'll paste it here. Everything is up to date. Yeah. It's because I need to run the build, I think, in the app. That's the problem. It's not, oops, I opened two of them. When I deployed, did it run the build? I wish I was live streaming so I could check what I just did. But more run the console. I will say Heroku run npm run build. Maybe this will run on their server. Free app. It says free app running on time quota exhausted, but it doesn't tell me any information anywhere else about the quota being exhausted. Why would the quota be exhausted? I'm sad about the quota being exhausted. Let's go to resources. Maybe it'll tell me something. Let's see if I edit this. Boop, boop. Interesting. So this is on free dynos. Dynos, I believe, are, I don't know exactly what they are, but I believe they're just what runs the dedicated server, or the dedicated servers themselves. Whoa, this technically counts as yesterday. Okay, so let's see the build log. Oh yeah, it built. Creating runtime environment, installing the binaries for Node. I installed my dependencies. It ran the build. This is so bizarre. I remember it said build succeeded, proc file declared types none, compressing launched, released. Didn't it say something about the port that it's using? Because it did run npm start, right? It did run that. The problem is that there are 3 hours officially into this. Oh man. Let's go back to activity. It deployed. Access. Interesting. Build pack, that's all I needed. Don't need SSL. Don't need to add a domain right now. I'm confused as you're running on free dynos. Interesting. You're only running on one web dyno. A second dyno will provide instant fallback if one dyno fails. Scale your dynos to 2 or more in the resources tab. Oh, these are the dynos. One of them, oh, this is a process. So the dynos are a process that keeps it running. And so web npm start is what keeps it running. So if I change it to, okay. So, maybe I should make a new account. Maybe I should create a new account because it says free dino hours were used this month. Oh, they were used up by my Discord bots that I have on this account. That's really embarrassing and sad. And it's already only the 23rd of the month. Whoa. I should make a new account. Okay, here we go. Gmail. Here we go, dude. Let's make a new login to Gmail. Accounts. Here we go. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna make a new Gmail account. I really am. Oh man. Alright, first I gotta log out. Or let me say add another account. Let me say create account for myself. First name Ethan, last name Davidson. Or should I do first name Code, last name Trade, username Code Trade, password I'm doing this on another page because on the other window because I don't want to make any mistakes. Code.trade is taken. Code.trade.app. I have to put my phone number. Do I have to? Okay, so I don't need my phone number, but I will put the birthday is January 1st in the year 2000 for Y2K reasons. Gender is rather not say. Next. So CodeTrade is up and running. So let's sign out of here. And I'm going to sign up. Hopefully it has a... Oh, why did I do that? Okay, whatever. First name, Ethan, but I'm going to have it be code.trade.app. Company name, code, trade, or first name, code, last name, trade, role, professional. I'm gonna say professional, guys. I will. Language, definitely Node. Primary development language. Dang. I'll say Node. I'll do it, but I do like Go. I do like Go. It's cool. Alright, I am not a robot. I really am not. Alright, here we go. Alright, I'm gonna go in my other tab and check out my Gmail for this thing. For CodeTrade. So exciting. Oh wait, why am I signed in like this? I need to... I need to add code trade. Oh, you know what I should have done? I should have made no, this is fine. It's its own project. I was gonna say I should have made an account. Wait a minute. I should have made an account for Codecasts. So I'm gonna say mail. And it's code.trade.app@gmail.com. My password is confirm, save, confirm. Hopefully this works. Hopefully this works. Oh, sick. Heroku gave me an email. Opening the link. Oh, this is how I make my password on Heroku. I will be writing down my secrets for all of this email and Heroku shenanigans in a second. I should do it now before I forget. Actually, new. I'm being disgusting. I'm putting a text file on my desktop with all the information about that's fine. What? Must contain letters, numbers, and symbols. Okay, so I'll type this out real quick. Code.trade.app@gmail.com has this password, and code trade on Heroku has this password. Cool, it all got set up. Click here to proceed. Nice. Alright, so. Oh, where's my splits? Sorry about that. Okay. Alright, I'll just put it here. Create new app. App name. Here's what I need to do now. I need to go back to here. I need to say, I need to log back in. I need to go to code trade. I need to go to settings. I need to delete the app. I need to type out code trade to be for real. Delete. Okay, now I can go back to here. I can say code trade, create app. Alright, here we go. Alright, so now I need to go back to here and I need to say Heroku log out, I'm assuming, because it's Heroku login. Oh, cool, it worked. Alright, so CLS. Heroku login. Spacebar. Login. Alright, return to the CLI. Alright, I'm gonna close this window. Then return to the CLI. CLI is CLI, which stands for command line interface. Now I'm gonna do what I was doing. I'm gonna say let's go back to my notes. Oops, I'm silly. My notes are right here. Heroku login. add CodeTrade as a remote. And now, no hesitation, I'm just going to do it. Deploy. Here we go. It's doing it. It's doing it. It should be. I really hope it works now. I'm gonna take some ice water now. I'm excited. I hope this works. Can't believe I had my dinos used up on my account, my personal account. So I just ended up having to make this account. Interestingly. Alright, here we go. Ooh, I'm nervous. Hopefully it works, dude. I'm so excited. Okay. Hopefully this works. Copy it. Oh my goodness, here we go. Here it is. Oh my god. No way. And it's a what? What? It's also a progressive PWA, progressive web app? How did that happen? I'm gonna turn off my dark reader for this. Whoa, Control-Shift-I. Let's see if I got my socket connected. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And it's on this website. Let's go to a new tab. Let's say my friend code is 7890. Trade. Oh my goodness, it really worked. It finally, we got it to work. We got a working website with a working, relatively pretty clean, if you ask me, URL without having to pay for a name as of yet. Codetrade.herokuapp.com, that's not bad. I'm gonna be honest, that's not bad. Wow. We really did it. We got it to work. Okay. Oh yeah, deploy and test with 2 clients. Boom, split. The first split in over an hour, in almost an hour. Whew, man. That was a big split. Alright. We can close these now. This is my personal one. Alright. Clean up the UI with some simple CSS. I had an idea. nes.css. This is my idea. An NES themed. Okay, so if I were on Twitch, or if I were live streaming right now, I would make a straw poll between nes.css or obviously, let me explain nes.css real quick. NES obviously standing for Nintendo Entertainment System, so this is retro 8-bit vibes CSS repository. I mean, not repository, library, whatever you want to call it. The other one that I was interested in was 98.css, I believe. Yeah. Let's go to the GitHub for it. Design system for building old UIs. So it looks exactly like Windows 98. Or then there's this one that's like Windows XP, which is xp.css. I don't know, I thought it would be interesting to use either 98 or NES. Let's go to GitHub for it. I wonder how to decide. I wonder how to decide. How to decide. Okay, I'll do a coin flip. I'll do it. Coin flip. Oh, okay, wait. I haven't done it yet. Let's say NES is tails and 98 is heads. 98 is heads. Oh, cool, we're gonna use 98. Awesome. Cool. Alright, here we go. I'm gonna... Okay, so first, let's see. Let me push, because apparently I had something. I'm gonna clear the screen real quick. Get back into development by doing npm. Well, first I'm gonna do npm install 98.css. If that's correct, let me double check it. Jesus. Yeah, 98.css. Boom. Then after I install that, cls npm run dev. While that's warming up, I'm gonna put that I installed 98.css. I'm gonna commit that. Alright. So the href, I could have done this, but I just wanted to install it locally because I'm silly and I love installing my style sheets, or I just love installing my assets locally to my project because I don't really feel completely comfortable relying on someone else's website being up to make sure that mine's up, you know? I don't know if anyone can relate, but that's how I feel. So that's why I like installing my stuff locally. Let's open the server. So here it is. Let me check and see if there are any other. So when I go to source, routes, I don't really need this blog anymore, right? This index.js, index.json.ts. Let me double check. So I don't really need this blog anymore, right? Right, everything still works. Cool, everything still works. I'm good, I'm Gucci. I said Gucci. Okay. Client, routes, index. Do I have any styles anywhere? Because I feel like, where are these styles at, you know? Where are the styles? This is bizarre. Because the reason why I'm, oh, template right here. Global.css. So in static global.css. Interesting. Interesting. Whoa. I'm just gonna say, so it's using Roboto, or whatever you want to pronounce it as. I'll just comment out the whole thing, so I get my raw. It didn't update. CLS. And in the template, I'm gonna say link style sheet. I'm gonna say so when I'm in the dev and I'm in the what am I trying to say here exactly? That template.html slash basically what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to find where my node modules are located. Like maybe I can use, let's see here. Let's Google how to like import or in here. How do you import external? Control F. Import CSS, or how do you do anything in CSS? How do you import external CSS module? Maybe I should just say something like instead of this, let me think. Maybe I should say in client, maybe I should say import 98.css. You know? Let's see if anything happened. Inspect. See if anything, there's no issues or anything. Let's go style it. Let's see what we got here. Let's go check out their web page. Where is their website again? Right here. Let me turn off my dark reader so that I could see what, so I could see the styles for what they are. Interesting. I feel like I want to use this. How did they make this? Let me check. Inspect. I want nice. Okay. Let me get this whole thing. Let me go to the index.svelte because that's our homepage. And I'll say, ooh, why is that so nasty? I'm gonna scroll this down so I could see some more. I gotta put this over here. Title, I'm gonna call it code trade. The formatting is a little off, I'm gonna be honest, that's kind of weird. I don't think I need these at the moment, right? I'm not sure about them. For the window body, I'm gonna say that this right here is the received friend code part. This paragraph. And in the section right here, I'm gonna say that this is the form. Control X in this section right here. And instead of input, I'm just gonna put button. All right. Okay. Whoa. No way, dude. That's so cool. Let me check out the, hold on. First we gotta do input boxes right here. It's just type text, so when I say input type equals text, it should latch onto the correct selector. Let's go here. It did it. Let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Waiting for trade partner. Let's open it up in another page. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Trade partner found. Trade partner found. Don't need this. Wow, that's really cool. Wow. I wonder how to use this tree view. Or, well, I don't really need this, but that's kind of cool. Inactive title bar. Ooh, I feel a sneeze coming on. Okay, so here's my thing. Here's my thing. I don't like that this has such a fat margin. Jesus. Why is that there? Okay, so I'm going to undo these, but I'm going to keep these here in order to remember what these if I want the minimize or title bar controls, if I want them back, I should have them right there. Okay, right there. I'm gonna say, wait, field row style justify content flex end. I don't think I need that for my circumstance. Well, let me check this. It was like that because of this, because otherwise it would be really big. I'll say in the style, I'll say dot window width is min content. Happily ever after, right? Hopefully, please. Whoa, it worked. Awesome. I'm okay with it going down to the side. I should also put label for equals friend code your friend code, and in here I'm gonna have name equals friend code your friend code. All right, your friend code. My body has a problem, so let's go to my global CSS. Let's go back to let's allow the body to be the way I want it to be. Let's say the margin is 0 like I want it to be. And let's do this. Or maybe I should just leave this out. Maybe everything else is how I want it. Redo this. Alright. Seems about right to me. But now I kind of feel like putting this in the center. And ironically, that's the hardest thing to do of all time, is to put something in the center. Also, I don't think I want that hyphen there. I just want a space. Also, I just realized that there is an inconsistency here. That should be indented. Alright. Okay, so global.css width 100 VW, height 100 VH. Display. I'm just gonna see if I can do this all from memory. Display flex align items center justify content center. Whoa, I did it on my first try. That was brilliant. Wow, so when you go to it, it should look like this. And you say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You trade. This is waiting for trade partner. And then you go with the same thing. Boop, bada bop, boom. And you say boop, 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 boop. And you say trade. Trade partner found. Trade partner found. Is there a way of styling these things to make them more maybe I should put I cannot be clicked. Let me see this. Disabled. Is there a way to functionally put that something's disabled, that the button's disabled in Svelte? Because I want to say, because what I want to say is, I need to wrap this up soon because it's getting late. But I need to say, ooh, I need to get this done. All right. Trade partner found, blah, blah, blah. What was I gonna do? I completely lost track of what I was gonna do. Oh yeah, I need to have the disabled. Last thing, that's the last thing. I need to put disabled for something. Disabled. Attributes and prompts. Yes, yes, yes. Perfect. Button dot disabled. Perfect, perfect, perfect. That's exactly what I need. Index.svelte. Button disabled equals is trading, not is trading, or when it is trading, rather. I mean, disable it when it is trading. Trade, and put button right this. Okay, okay. This is so good. We're getting everything done. Both of them reloaded. And then I press trade, and it's unclickable. Trade. Trade partner found. Trade partner found. Oh, perfect. And I should put a cancel. So I'll say to do when is trading enable cancel button. Okay, that's good. I'm going to commit this as a style, update, commit to master. Alright, perfect. Everything's working, and now, oh yeah, split. Alright, deploy one more time. Close the development server. Pop, 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 CLS, npm run, or wait, Heroku. Let me check out my notes real quick. Copy, or oops, v boop. Alright, so we're building again. Everything should be working shortly. I'm gonna test it, so I'm gonna go. Let's go to, let's see if I can remember code. Trade.heroku.app. Alright. In a moment, I can just go to that. I'm gonna take a drink of my ice water. We're almost done. I'm excited. This first episode is about to be finished in about 4 hours on the clock. Alright, verifying the deploy. It's been done. Let's refresh it. What? Ah, my pushes. My last two were not pushed. Dang it. That was so silly. I'll do it one more time. Oh, everything's up to date? Are you sure? Like, are you sure? Okay, that's fine. Let's test to see if it's actually true. Copy and paste. Roku, boop, 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 boop. Okay, so I'm gonna trade. Yeah, it's disabled, waiting for trade partner. Trade partner found. Boop, boop. And I'm also gonna say, when the trade partner is found. Oh yeah. To do when trade request is made, clear friend code input. Alright, I'll save that. I'll put that right there. Okay, pushing. Alright, so let's get this over with. So, let's see the finale. Welcome to the ending of the first ever installment of EthanThatOneKid's Codecast. Name is a work in progress. Alright, so the sign-offs. Here we go. The whole operation for this series has not been fully fledged out. Not sure if I'm going to post these on YouTube or host them on my personal website, which would require me to build out a solid back end for the video streaming slash archiving service. So I have big plans about making this an interesting operation. It will take a lot of hours and a lot of work. If I were to record myself doing all of this, it would just make everything 5 times longer. Like, I feel like I could have made this code trade project in like a couple hours on my own. I kind of doubled what I would normally have done, or like by a lot, maybe even tripled. But anyways, oh yeah, deploy again. I need my final split. Watch this. Boom! It's over. Wait, if I split one more time, does that mean it's over? Oh yeah, there it is. It's over. We finished. Okay. In almost 4 hours. Okay. So I do plan on creating a backend like that for my personal site anyways, because I want an online arcade there too. So that's something I've been thinking about. I've been thinking about having an online arcade service or API where I can post games, or I can have other people that post games to the arcade, and they will and I can have tokens attached to my website, like you would log into my website for the arcade, or you would log into my website's arcade and use tokens and have high scores everywhere and leaderboards. Thought it would be interesting. So this episode had several detours as promised from the beginning, and pretty much went as I expected it would. It was a fun experiment and an interesting experience, forcing myself to try my best to vocalize what I am thinking as I am trying to problem solve. So there were definitely moments where I had problems or trying to vocalize what I was thinking. I was probably quiet at some points. I tried to have as little dead air as possible, but it is what it is. So with more practice, the videos will get better. That is, I'm pretty sure of. I'm pretty certain of. If I do this a couple more times, I should get the hang of it. I may need to hold off on creating more installments of these videos because I'm going to need to focus on building out my personal site some more in order to have a place to host the Codecast in the first place, man. Right. Like, why would I make these videos when I don't even have a place to put them. I might put this episode on YouTube for now because I have no place to put it. I might just hold off on it and keep it and post it as a pilot or a test as soon as I make my crazy big fully fledged video streaming slash archiving service on my website. But I'll see you when I see you. The episode 1 will always have a place in my heart and memories. So this has been a really cool episode, and I'll sign off. I'll sign off real quick. Alright, peace out, guys.